shed some light onto these challenges. So just a quick note about how this discussion is going to function. This is a fishbowl discussion. So the idea is that we first start discussing the topic a little bit, but after the first 5 to 10 minutes, we invite you from the public to join us on stage. That's why we have 2 empty chairs. We can have more if it's needed. So you can also share with us your experience and your opinions about the topic that we have. So I'm going to start with a quick introduction into the different challenges. When we talk about building a data space or a data space use case, there are a lot of different aspects that are involved into making this data space a reality. These aspects present a series of challenges. Some of them come from the organizational or business point of view on how to make a data space use case viable from a business-wise. Some of them are legal in terms of respecting regulations such as the GDPR, making sure that the data that is being shared does not contain any commercial secrets, for example, or adhering to regulatory compliance in general. There are also some challenges that are more technical on the actual implementation of the data space use case. Things like how do we ensure the access and usage control, how do we maintain the quality of the data, how do we understand standardization and interoperability with the other participants. And first I would like to ask Ute, based on your experience on what you presented today with the use case that you have implemented with Catena-X, which of these 3 categories do you think is the most relevant or the most challenging, let's say, that needs to be addressed?
Well, now it works. Okay, from my perspective, or from the experience I've made with my use case and the project around with Catena-X now we have made, is to involve people and convince them to join us on the journey, to get part of it, and not to have any fear for the job, to fear for the work. They have done a job very well manually with all the Excel and communication, the normal one, the analog one, more or less. And if you come with these new ideas, you get. If you go to the management introducing the idea, I got the first response was, Volkswagen doesn't share any data. Forget it. Yeah. So yes, but it's a new trial. It's a new opportunity. It's a new project. We want to try this out. So and it's a real journey. You have to explain again and again and again to any kind of hierarchy where you are, to anyone wherever the people might be in the process, in order to convince them. That was the hardest work to do, and it's still going on.
Yes, I think it's very interesting to see how different actors or that come from different backgrounds see the idea behind data spaces from different perspective. Yeah. When you come from research, you see it as this amazing, challenging idea to build this data space where data can be shared. But when you come from the private sector, you need more of a motivation than the technical challenge itself.
Of course. And there's another aspect, is the huge complexity that we reflect in Volkswagen, as we represent. If you look at the processes, they're cross-functional. You go through all whether it's procurement or research and development. You're talking about IT. You're talking about data quality management. You have the production. You have the logistics, and so on. So you need to go all through those and have to convince from top down or from down to top all the people involved. So this is one of the biggest challenges in this.
Okay, thank you, Ute. And Sonia, in your experience with the IDSA, I'm sure you were involved in a lot of different projects and use cases with different actors. What has been your experience coming from the actual organization that is promoting data spaces?
Yes, so I think Ute said it already, is like people by nature, or companies by nature, don't want to share their data. I mean, they're afraid. And you have to cover all of this in order to convince them. You cannot only work on the technical aspects, you need to cover what's going to happen from the legal perspective and what's going to happen also the organizational perspective. So I enter a data space, this is a known world for me, and how am I going to feel safe there? And how am I going to trust whoever comes in there? So from our side, we have started maybe strongly focused on the technical side, so ensuring we develop the components, or we define the specifications to develop components, to share data in a trusted way, to ensure interoperability, because at the end, interoperability, technical interoperability is key. Also semantic interoperability, of course, but there are things that have to come on top of that. So we have these 4 layers, starting with technical, semantic, and then organizational and legal. And they need to be covered because we're going to be sharing data between different countries and also between different continents. So we saw now the example with Japan, with the SCSN in Japan and the Netherlands. And what's going to happen with the legal aspects in these kind of scenarios? And what's going to happen with the organizational aspects when creating a data space? And I think that the initiatives that are starting now to define the rules, they are facing these challenges, and I think it's a real exciting time now to be the pioneers in defining how this could look like. And yes, it's a very big effort that involves many partners that with different expertise from different perspectives. So yeah, definitely exciting times ahead, and yeah, many things to bear in mind in order to make this real. A reality, yes, yeah. Definitely.
I would like now to ask the members of the public if they have any experience they want to share, any opinions or any questions for us. Please don't feel nervous. Come join us on stage, even if it's just for an informal discussion to ask us some more questions.
Yes. Should we already ask people to how?
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. See if.
Maybe in between, I would like to add something to what I've said before. What really helps, you can go with.
No, sorry.
Now it's working.
Thank you.
We have this microphone. I can come, so if you have questions or you would like to give your opinion, we also have a microphone, so everyone will be able to hear you properly.
Thank you. Also, feel free to come join us. There are 2 free chairs, and I will move in a second. So we have a volunteer already.
Please.
But you also wanted to add?
Yeah, there's one person coming. Carry on. But just to add in between, to bridge a little bit the time as well, is what really helps us, for us as an organization, as from an operational point of view, is the support, marketing-wise or whatever, from the IDSA, for instance, the job you do, because it's always important. Hello, it's always important to distribute the idea, not only to do it by yourself, but also to have from outside some support with the press, with all the events you have, the invitations you send out, and so on. That's very helpful.
Yes, so I thank you for joining us.
Good morning. I'm Sébastien Picarda, the CEO of AgDataHub. AgDataHub is the coordinator for the Agri-Data Space Consortium selected by the EU Commission in order with 15 partners, including some member of IDSA. And the main issue is how to implement or develop data spaces. And first of all, what is really important is to gather the ecosystem. You know, farming industry, this is 10 million farms to be interconnected with 500,000 partners in the everyday life, and specifically in rural areas. So we need to help the farmers and their partners to use data and to know how to use data. So first of all, ecosystem animation or coordination is really important to develop really quick and easy use case, as you said, for Catena-X. First of all. Second thing is, what is not really easy right now is the evolution of the EU regulation, because we all know that all what we are doing here is on the voluntary basis, in line with the EU Commission. But we know that there is the Data Governance Act, which was published in June, and now we have the Data Act draft right now under discussion. And what is really important is, to have, first of all, the ecosystem in order to develop use case step by step, and which is based on the voluntary basis, and on the other side, to know how to help partners or organizations to implement new EU regulations. So we need to have these two aspects, ecosystems, and then compliance with the new EU Commission, EU regulation on that stuff. And after, if I can say that, is that this is not a technological issue now. We know that we are all working to make interoperability, portability, and to develop technical architectures. But now this is not the main issue for data space. This is the use case. So this is our experience in farming industry.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing your experience. Following up on what you said, the first point about helping actors build use cases and see the value in data spaces. Have you? And this is also for Sonia and Ute. Have you had any experience where actors or an organization or a company were interested, but they weren't able, for example, to complete the implementation of the use case because of, for instance, because of their data lifecycle management that did not foresee data sharing as an integral part, and then preparing the data to be able, so they can be able to share it was too complicated, for example, or because of resistance to change, like you were saying, Ute? I mean, is it only that actors or companies don't want to share data, or were there some cases where they weren't able to because of internal management of data?
There is two point of view. First of all, this is the processing of the partners of the farmers. Data sharing is a tool, okay, for a use case. So they need to identify use cases like traceability to the final consumers in order to know that this is organic production, this is credit carbon also, in order to develop this issue. And the partners need the data from the farmers. And the main issue is how to establish trust between the farmers and the partners. First of all, they need the consent. And because a farmer, when he want to buy an harvest machine or tractors, the data are produced by the machine. And the farmers want to get their data back, not the money back, but the data back, in order to share them with their advisors or their partners. And they need to know what kind of data are produced by the machine, how he can get the data under his control, and then how he can share them to a third party. Okay, and the trust, the tool for the trust is the consent management, and this is a main issue before data sharing or data exchange. So, there is two aspects: the farmers to establish a trust and to be sure that their data they produce can be shared under a specific purpose, for a specific timing, for a specific use. And after that, we can see all the data sharing.
How it works. Yes. Ute, would you like to add anything?
Yes, I would like to add something, share some experience I've made with my Catena-X project. I'm responsible for the short-term, for the exchange of real-time data in Catena-X in the production sector, in the production cluster. And my experience that I've made, you were asking for whether a company accomplishes the requirement and the data quality, for instance. We're actually in the phase of looking out for use case partners. We have a first demonstrator. We're supposed to finalize by the end of this year the first MVP. And we're actually looking for a use case partner outside from our own industries to have somebody else, because Catena-X has the idea of to spread over the whole idea over the industry. So it's not necessarily only an OEM or the automotive representative. It can be somebody else from the supply chain. So we have found somebody who has applied for. We have 2, 3 companies applying for, and we had to, well, to deny the appliance of one company because of exactly this reason. And it's not because of it's a bad company or whatever, but they have a different standard, they come from another environment, they have other requirements that they have, and we need to be very strict because we have a timeline to fulfill, honestly, and we need to follow this. But maybe at a later stage, that's how we agreed. I hope that we come together, because it's difficult to find any partners in this case, and maybe it's only a matter of to postpone it to a later stage. They can work on their data, we can work on our use case, and hopefully we come together in maybe 6 months. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. That was very, very interesting too. Sonia, would you like to add something about this as well, or?
Maybe very briefly, because what I see more often is that either people are willing to share data with other people that they know, and then they say, no, I don't need any secure data sharing because I know that partner, so I can send them my data, I trust them, maybe we have a contract. And they say, yeah, for your very specific, very small scenario, this works. But by the time somebody else new comes in, how are you going to handle this? You're not going to know every partner. And the idea is this ecosystem keeps growing, so this is not going to work. You're not going to know every single company that goes in and wants to share data with you. We have to do a lot of explaining over and over again, because the problem is some people will not ask for secure data sharing because they don't know that that actually exists. So it's really, you have to explain, okay, there are ways to share data, so you don't have to keep it, or you can benefit from the value of sharing data, and you can do it in a secure way, but this is something that we all have to do over and over again, explain how it works, and also explain that your scenario now is like this, but maybe tomorrow is like this, and it can keep growing. And the only way to keep growing is if we ensure this secure data sharing, we ensure all this, we cover all these challenges that we described. Yeah, so it's basically, yeah, I think it's our duty now, yeah, to convince people that this is possible.
Yeah, definitely. In our experience, it has also been where there were cases where there was a lot of misconceptions about data sharing, or when we come to a partner and we say we want to create a data sharing space, like you said, they immediately think that we're talking about them publishing data, like open data for free to everyone, accessible to everyone, and that's something that is not of interest to many organizations. So there is still a lot of we need to sort of demystify the myth behind data sharing and explain that this new concept of data sharing spaces does not only relate to open data and to free data, but it rather can go beyond that and create an ecosystem where data can be treated as a central asset to build services on top of it.
Yeah, definitely. And one more thing, it's also, when you take a look at the complete value chain, in order to get the most out of the data, I mean, the data sharing has to happen end to end. And as long as you have a partner in between that says, no, I'm not sharing, then you cannot realize the full potential of that data. So it's really a big effort to really make sure the complete value chain is part of this, is part of this ecosystem, and willing to accept the same rules as the rest.
Yes, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to join us? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
There's another colleague here.
Yes, please
Just
come over to. No. We have. We can leave more chairs.
Just sit down.
Interesting topics.
Welcome. Thank you. All right. Please, yes, go ahead.
So hi, I'm Gerard with the iShare Foundation, and we work closely together with IDSA, especially on that trust component. And I think we saw a few key elements already. Sonia mentioned that one of the challenges indeed is that trust and how to govern your data space, but at the same time, a data space is not a closed silo, it's an open structure. So more and more we start to think about structures like having a trust anchor in data spaces that allow you to be interoperable on a trust level to other data spaces. And that's where iShare Foundation has been operational for a long time, providing that trust anchor as a non-profit foundation, enabling data spaces from France to the Netherlands to connect to each other and communicate with each other. And I think it's overlooked in most of the projects that we're now getting involved in. A lot of those projects get stuck because it starts first in technology, and then only the discovery comes, hey, those parties need to build not only trust from a, say, emotional perspective, but you need to validate trust. You need to be able to test whether parties actually signed agreements, are legally covered and are technically covered. Mm-hmm. So I think that's where IDSA and iShare complete each other almost perfectly. So, yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, okay. Please.
This is Jose Ramon Castro. I come from Inetom. It's an IT services company. We are part of ByData. We are members of the association of the Iberian hub for IDSA, and we are collaborating. I'm based in Bilbao, actually, very close to the Biscay Council. Okay, so we are working together in bringing these opportunities that IDSA offer us to share. And I would like to bring to the Fishbowl a question, because I'm getting the feeling that we are talking more technically and the challenges are more technical, but I see a challenge of selling this idea to the community. And I'm missing this on this presentation. I would like to bring this to the table, because when we are talking about sharing, we are always sharing. All the day we are sharing with many different companies our data, personal data. So the act of sharing is not new. But when you are talking about a company, a specific company, and you can ask someone if they are willing to share the data with someone else, maybe they can say to you, yes. But when you start doing this, you are going to get a no. You bring the specific, when you go with the project to the executive room, they say, okay, we are not going to share the data. So why? And this could be connected to the golden circle of Simon Sinek, where the why is in the center. Okay, so why are we going? What are we going to get in return? And this specific point for me is the biggest challenge, because you need to. You can create a use case, and this is a technical issue. You develop it, but how everyone in Catena-X has received real value. For Volkswagen Group, I understand that it's a challenge to create this, but it's a project that will bring community, and not only community, but you can get value. And you are a tractor company. Normally, I expect that big companies will be the tractors for the projects, and they will embrace all the rest of the community, the value chain, or whatever. But I am missing the point and during all the conversation today, I haven't seen where is the money for someone setting up a sharing within a IDSA project. And I would like to take a conversation on that.
Okay. Ute, if you would like to, to take the lead on this.
Of course. I would have applied for it.
Maybe it's a challenging question.
No, it's really an interesting question, and it's not only about the data sharing itself, that's for sure. And it's on the second point, my second point, it's not for the money. The money comes afterwards, I think. It's my personal opinion, of course. I think the most interesting thing and the most contribution at the moment right now is what I've been talking before was about sustainability and resilience, and we see the result right now. We have it with the semiconductors, for instance. We have it in lots of material, whether it's aluminium, whether it's I don't know, whichever kind of material we are lacking of material, and we have certain problems. It's not only the automotive industry, it's all over the industries. That's the first. So every big company, and even big or small companies, has the objective of the zero emission in production, zero emission in logistics, in wherever. But I haven't seen any contribution so far, any ideas so far to realize this zero emission strategy. I would say the la trampa in Espanol, I don't know what, is that it's for 2050. None of the persons who are now making the decision on the zero emission strategy will be in place in 2050. So how will they be measured? So, and this is one of the measures, and it's one of the biggest outcomes in the first stage, the sustainability. And I had the example in my presentation before. If you take a look on simply operational processes in logistics, you're talking about air freight. Which kind of air freight? You're talking about repacking of heavy sea freight, where you haven't left time over to change this because you leave all the time on the way in getting the data, finding a basis to take your decision, and the time is left. At the end, there's no leftover of time for do repacking, so you ship out all the wooden cages by air freight, and this costs a hell of money, and when the cargo arrives, the cages will be thrown away. So, and you have wasted a lot of carbon and so on. So this has a real impact and a fast impact on the carbon footprint. For instance, it's only one example.
I do agree, and I don't want to be so money-centered, but money is in everything you discussed.
Yeah, that would be my second point. Yeah, that was the first one. Because
you can get a benefit from creating a new business model, for example, and this will be a new revenue stream coming to your company, but you can also get money because you can reduce your costs. Or you can create a better operational model with a lower cost. So it's all about the P&L at the end. And or maybe either you increase your revenue or you reduce your cost, you get more benefit. Okay, so the company will be listening to that message. And I think at this moment, if we want to promote this technology, we need to be clear on the use cases, but also on how to get real value. And value means money. For today, making decisions, people inside the companies, and we need to address that. This is my contribution to the Fishbowl.
Thank you. I would just like to add one quick thing, because I was told there was a question there. Christophe mentioned in his presentation in the morning, and I thought it was very interesting for him to say it at the end, that right now, you will not have a return on investment, let's say, or money right now if you invest in creating a data space use case. The investment is for the future, for a future where a data-based economy is going to be more and more common, where data itself is going to be a product. One use case that we can envision within data spaces is data monetization, which is something that more and more companies are doing and are looking into. And they want to, a guaranteed way, a secure way to be able to monetize their data, but at the same time without losing control of who is using the data and for what purposes. So all of this is also another aspect where the vision of data spaces can also help bring in profit for companies.
But if you want to get a yes from a go decision from the management of any company, you need not only to sell the idea of a future investment return, but actually what I'm going to get tomorrow. So we can think about the future, yes. But we can also speak about today.
Yes, go ahead.
In farming industry, this is already our everyday life, because you know when you want to inform consumers about the product, they need the data, and data is already in real life today. So as you said, we totally agree that as a small and medium company, farmers need, okay, I want to share my data with my cooperatives, with my traders, my processing industry, or with the states to get subsidized from the cap, for example. But for consumers, okay, I will share the data in order to increase the turnover of my farms, because I will say, okay, I guarantee that data, the crops, the wheat, the beef, or whatever, come from my farms, and so that I have some money, increase my turnover. On the other side, we know that farming production is under environmental and mediatic pressure, and they need to decrease their impact on the environmental issue. So they need advisors or advice tools, and to develop EI or advice tools. So they need the data to share the data. And they will reduce the cost of the seeds, pesticides, fertilizers, and that stuff. And so at the end, the farmer said, okay, I will have my turnover will go up, and then my cost will go down. And that's why they agree to share the data. And in the middle, you have the platforms, the data sharing platforms. For example, AgDataHub. We don't take any percentage or commission in the data exchange transaction. We are only SaaS subscriptions, and there is no investment for our customers. So this is a really easy solution with really small cost for the small and medium companies. No investment, only subscriptions, and no percentage on the data transaction. And at the end, all the data, all the money will go to the farmers.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm being told that we're out of time. Do we have time for one last question? That was, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, it's not so much a question, it's a comment. It's because I fully agree with the motivation for data sharing. I think it's a very important thing. Business is behind everything, and especially behind the decision-making processes in companies. And later on, I will moderate a panel on doing business with data spaces, where there will be some of the colleagues on stage already participating in the panel. So we will just have half an hour for that important topic, but I invite all of you to follow this one. I will also try to bring some questions to try to clarify some of these issues, or at least to put all the hot topics on the table.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for everyone. Thank you, Ute and Sonia, and for everyone who joined the discussion. I hope it was useful, insightful, and interesting for you. And well, thank you again, and let's go have lunch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sí, vale.
So, I will make a short introduction. You're fine?
Okay, okay.
I have an introduction first.
You have an introduction?
Yeah.
So,
You have an intro. Okay.
Like this.
will you... You will do it? So then I'm fine. It's great.
No, you do whatever, and then I can.
Will you have a presentation afterwards?
No, I just make
Have just
the presentation of her.
questions, right?
She makes the presentation, and then I make 1 or 2 questions at the end inside the 20 minutes.
Okay.
Is what we agreed. So you can do the
Okay.
general presentation, and I make her presentation. I sit down. She makes the.
Okay, so then I
Phil.
just
Yeah, but we
introduce
don't
the
have a
both
lot
of
of
you
time,
shortly.
Okay.
Yeah. I think this is a great opportunity, so if we need 2 more minutes or 3, it should be fine.
So you make a quick presentation of us,
Yeah, just...
You want to start,
because
and
I
maybe
was-
you start,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then
and
you
I will have the
decide.
option to read her.
I just say that you are you
Yeah,
and
okay, perfect.
that you are
Okay.
data space
And so
enthusiast
she has
since
the dilemma, and you
decades.
give me the microphone. No.
Yeah, that's
That's
fine.
it.
It's perfect. It's working. Even.
I know. You guys work everything in IDSA.
Clever. So then, pronunciation of your name,
Juan Altes.
because I've Altes. That's easy.
Vale.
So. All fine?
Yeah.
All right, data space pioneers. So obviously some of you have made the way through the jungle, some not. Let's see, others will join us. And well, let's take the next step in making data spaces happen. And therefore I'm more than happy and honored to announce the next session, which is called Open and Fair Data Spaces. And well, this is a true keynote. Mercè Crosas is with us, and Juan Altes. I do not want to say much more, but data spaces are not a new invention. It is on the road, so to say, since decades. We didn't call it like that before. And we will hear a lot about the fundamentals that we are enjoying from today. So therefore, I will hand over to Juan to, well, moderate this next session, and I'm more than happy to be here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I fully agree with you, because it's been some decades I'm working on data, and we call it some different names, so fully agree with your introduction. Well, it's for me a pleasure to introduce you Mercè Crosas, and I will read because I couldn't remember. I graduated in physics from the University of Barcelona and PhD in astrophysics from Rice University in Houston, Texas. Crosas was a predoctoral and postdoctoral fellow at Harvard University and spent 6 years at Harvard Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics. At Harvard University, she co-directed the Dataverse project, open source software for publishing, conversing, citing, exploiting, and analyzing research data from 206 to 221, and has been a member of numerous international committees and working groups focused on open data, data management, and data sharing. Not bad. For me it's a pleasure, I told you. She is a co-author of internationally recognized and endorsed FAIR, fundable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable data principles, and she's contributed to the recommendations of the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, for access to public data. Crosas has also worked with biotechnology companies, leading the development of computer systems, data management, and analysis. She has extensive experience in data management architecture and international data standards, as well as the vision of making data more accessible while ensuring its privacy. Since May 2021, Crosas has been the Secretary of Open Government in the Department of Foreign Action and Open Government for Catalonia, for Generalitat de Catalunya. So, for you all, Mercè, please, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I've heard so far that it's been a very interesting day, and I'm delighted to be here. I have a lot of material and not a lot of time. The good thing is that a lot of information will stay in those slides, and I'm happy to share with everybody. So we'll be talking about open and fair data spaces, and I want to make 3 points in this talk. Although I could talk about a lot of things, but I will focus on the importance of co-creation for creating data spaces or within data spaces, the importance of fair data, as Juan said, the FAIR principles for findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable data, and the importance of providing levels of openness, not from completely open to more restricted. So first, let's start with co-creation. Co-creation is a joint production of innovation that combines efforts from research, from industry, from government, and also very important from civil society. One of the things that we've learned about co-creation from COVID has been how essentially was at the time of a crisis or the time of solving a challenge, when we have a challenge, especially when it has a social impact, right? So to promote this type of collaboration, this collaboration across multiple actors and across government, research, industry, and society. The OECD, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, months ago released a study where they analyzed 30 international initiatives of co-creation. And in fact, they thought of for COVID was in some way a test bed for these collaboration practices. There was a need to collaborate, and there is quite a bit that we've learned from it. So from this study, first, there were some of the features of these 30 international initiatives that were shared. One was that there were a collaboration that started also initiated from the bottom up, that there was an active involvement of governments, and that there were the existing programs, existing large networks that were very key to put people together, to collaborate in finding the solutions. From a policy perspective, what did we learn from these co-creation initiatives? So first, something that I think in some way it's beautiful, but it's obvious at the same time, but we forget often that a purpose is the key, is the driver to collaboration and co-creation, to have a common goal, to solve a problem, help us get together and work on innovation, right? In a way, in a joint with various actors. Then that also we cannot just we need those networks, those global national networks and infrastructures, but we cannot only develop them or put effort into them in crisis times. They need to be strengthened during normal times. There is room for new collaborations between research and industry. There is a need for supporting a wider development and use of platforms such as, in general, digital tools, but platforms for data sharing, for collaboration, for creating open challenges involving society. Then we need to think of new approaches to leverage all this wide diversity of actors when we're working on a project that governments also especially between these industry and research. And user engagement is essential at the end. Whoever has impact of the digital tools, of the platforms that we build, need to be part of the solution, and the solution will be better used. So this was for co-creation, just to say, if we're going to build data spaces, we need to do it in a way that we can aim to co-creation, that it is in collaboration with those diverse actors, right? But then another key aspect of data spaces, key elements that we need to build data spaces is to make them fair data enablers. So I will talk about the fair guiding principles and I'll try to, there is quite a bit of detail, but I'll try to explain as much as possible for those who might not know about them. First, in 2006, some of us co-authored this paper for these guiding principles for scientific data. There was a paper that we wrote, well, there's been many papers since then related to FAIR principles, but I will talk about, I'll summarize here the two of them, the first one in 2016 and this other one in 2020, where there is more interpretation and implementation considerations for FAIR principles, because at the end, we want to know how do we implement those principles when we build data spaces, data infrastructure, data sharing platforms. So from those two papers, first we know that, well, we learned that, there are 15 principles that are not a standard, right? It's more of the FAIR principles is, or what it's called often the FAIRification is a process to become more, to make data more reusable, but it never ends in some way. And the principles apply to both metadata and data. So metadata being the descriptor and data in a very wide way, right? Including more than just a typical data set or a table. It can include images, text, code, all these digital objects become here referred as data. So this is the digital object that is being described. So let's start with the first principle, to be findable, right? When you have a digital object, a data set, what you want to make it is to be findable by both human and machines. Again, it seems obvious, but it's very important to know that if we want to use that for machine learning, for neural networks, for in general for AI, we need to prepare the data. Those data need to be found by machines, right? So it needs to reach a machine actionable metadata. The actual principles that go with findable would say that you need for a data set what it would be called a global persistent identifier, right? An identifier that will uniquely retrieve that data set, and you would find it uniquely. You need rich metadata that would help you find that data set. This metadata, the metadata should include that identifier, and of course, that metadata should be registered or indexed, right, in search engines or in global indices like exists for example, the Google datasets search that uses a schema.org in that case. So to be accessible, we need protocols that will help, that also human and machines can use as a mechanism to retrieve the data, and provide also an authorization mechanisms to authorize to access the data. Those protocols need to support those mechanisms. And the actual principles within the accessible, say that first, this protocol, let's say is an HTTP, a RESTful API, so that both for a human or a machine should be able to retrieve the data set directly, right? You should get the data set. And they should be open and free, right, as HTTP is. And the protocol should allow for this authentication and authorization. To be interoperable, that's the hardest thing, but a very important one. Interoperability is what allows us to merge data sets when we have two data sets, two digital objects that have some topic in common. if we have standardized metadata, if we're describing the variables, the attributes in a way that it's common, right, with a common vocabulary, we can merge them and then build richer information from those mergers. So that's what to be interoperable is. At the same time, be interoperable, it means not only between two data sets, but between a tool and a data set. If we are building services, data services, right, data tools, we want to make sure that the data set can be itself described sufficiently so a tool can interpret what it is about, right, and can use it directly without the help of additional information. For that, you need a very rich metadata, a very well self-described digital object that the tool can use without being biased or without misinterpreting what it's reading. So the actual principles for interoperability are the first to have this this knowledge representation, right, which are ontologies or control vocabularies that are formal and accessible, they're commonly used, right? And even those vocabularies should follow the FAIR principles. And then if from a data set you're referencing another data set, it should also have the metadata, the DOI, in a way that, with qualified metadata to do the reference. So this, I can tell you already that many data sets out there that are published out there don't have, that are in data platforms, don't achieve this interoperability. This is a difficult thing because we need to agree on standards that we follow from, if we use a variable, geolocation variable in one data set, we use a similar one that is comparable and can be merged, or for other type of variables, we would need to do the same. So to be reusable at the end is what we want, right? Be able to reuse the data, all that value that data gives us to be reusable as widely as possible. And to be reusable, we wanted it, again, to the FAIR principles, as you're seeing, is always about for both human and computers, right, and machines. So it needs to be well described for both human and machines so that we understand what when we download a data set, when we use a data set, what it is. It's self-described, but also machine would understand that. But at the same time, we need, from the data set metadata, or the data set information, we need to understand how it can be reused. Can it be reused, right? What authorization, what terms of use we might need to access it, what data use agreement, what other conditions come with that data set, and more importantly, or as importantly, it should provide the credit. Who do I credit for that data set? Because at the end, we want this co-creation, this collaboration across various actors, but we also need to be aware that the importance of recognizing all the contributions and providing the incentives to be recognized for the data sets that we produce, right? And that form of credit is important for that there is collaboration but with a level of competition or recognition for individual contributions. So those reusable principles are specifically, it says that the metadata and the data should be richly described, right? Again, a lot of metadata or information about the data set, and to be as clear as possible, and this with the standards that it should be released, the data set with very clear data usage license and data access license, right? Even if it's a waiver, like a CC0 Creative Commons waiver, say, do whatever you want with that data set, but you need to provide that information. It should provide provenance, where it came from, what were the transformations of that data set, right? How did it, and if those provenance can be describing a workflow in again, in a machine actionable way, right? Understanding all the code that has been done for transforming the data set until the data set that you are using, then the better, right? And all this should be done with community standards. So this is a lot of information about FAIR, but how would I summarize it, or how would I say, what I think could be the first recommendations or the initial steps to provide fair data. So first, use a standard for global persistent identifier, digital object identifier. DOIs are a standard, are well accepted identifier that is used very broadly. Use a standard for high-level descriptive metadata. Dublin Core is a very widely used standard, and you could do a crosswalk to something like a schema.org or to a more sophisticated data documentation initiative or DDI, right, that provides a lot more information. Have within a platform, in a data space, in a repository where you provide a data set, should have a landing page for a human to be able to, with the DOI, be able to retrieve that data set. You should only need to have the DOI to know how to retrieve that data set, right? And for a machine, the same with a RESTful API. At the same time, you need variable or attribute or variable level metadata about the data themselves, not just generally descriptive, but about everything inside that data set with, in some cases, when you can describe summary statistics of the data set, you would use something like a DDI, or otherwise a control vocabulary, a taxonomy, so that is used in the community of practice for the topic of the data set. And then the importance of this level, supporting this level of openness, the supporting licenses, and as I will talk as the third part of my talk, about data tags and differential privacy. So levels of openness, what do I mean by that? So I will talk about that based on another paper that I co-authored also a few years ago that describe or propose a system that is called a data tag system for defining various levels of access and security to data sets to go from more open to more restrictive, right? And in in that system, so first of all, it helps us to define how we store and share the data in a manner that respects the regulations, right? The legal commitments that we have with that data set, and also any ethical promises, any terms of use, any data use agreements that would come with the data set. And a data tag itself, this label of the data tag, right? That in this case we define it from blue to crimson. Is this a set of security features and a set of access requirements for that file or that data set in as granular way as possible. So an example of how we would define those levels, and you can notice that it goes from blue to crimson. We built that at Harvard, and Harvard color is crimson, and that's the most restrictive, the most difficult to obtain one. So there is a reference here, a hidden reference to Harvard, the crimson color. But blue is the completely open meaning you don't need to register to provide any information to access the data set, right? You don't need to even give your email, so you just download it. Green is, you can access publicly, it's still open. It depends on how we define open, right? There are many, that's why the part of the idea here, there are many layers of open, or there are many degrees of openness, but you're still open, it's still public data set, but we want your registration or the information because it is a way to understand who is using the data. Yellow, you need to do something more to have some use agreement, but the data is still not sensitive. It doesn't need to be protected in a special way under an encrypted or on a data enclave or so. But then when we go to orange, red, and crimson, it's more complicated to access the data. But for every case, what we want to do is maximize openness. Say that if there is the purpose that the data is intended for, you should be able to access it and facilitate, have this data tag to facilitate how to access the data set, right? But in this case, well, you need to go through more struggles to access it because the data is more sensitive, it needs to be more protected, and you can only do it for specific purposes. In Harvard, for a long time, we only had one data set that was crimson, that it was in a room closed and with no connection to the internet, and nobody could access it, and you had a key to the room. But so that should not have to happen very often. Just as to end my presentation, I wanted just to talk a little bit about very briefly about differential privacy. There are other talks about other mechanisms to be able to analyze or use data, but in a way that it preserves the privacy, right? So like synthetic data, or some more mechanisms to send algorithms to compute on data sets that are in data enclave, like multi-party computation. But here, I just point out the differential privacy. It's one of the projects that I also worked in the past. But because it in some way, it can facilitate making data that is sensitive or that is protected to make it more easily to open it. But when we add we use an algorithm that adds some noise, but in a small enough amount of noise that the utility of the data set doesn't change or doesn't decrease much, right? Because at the end, what you want when for the value of a data set is that it should maintain its utility, right? If you add so much noise that it's not giving you the information, the original information correctly, then it's not usable. But so we maintain there is this tension, you maintain the utility, but you protect for privacy. So the differential privacy is used now in Apple phones, in Google, in many places. But we could also use it as creating released statistics of data sets that have sensitive data. Like this morning I was in conversations on public health biomedical data that is highly sensitive, and if we could create these differential privacy releases, at least some of those data sets could be reused more easily for research, for production, for discovery, for production, for addressing some challenges that we have. So just very quick summary. Well, today is going back to the topics of my talk. First, today's complex problems cannot be solved alone. We want to maximize this collaboration by incentivizing competition and recognition of all the individual contributors. We want to work between industry, research, government, and civil society, right? We want to maximize data sharing and openness, but with privacy and ethics considerations. And we want to maximize automation with the FAIR principles that help make data usable for AI, for machine learning, but the data has the quality and it's self-described in a way that it cannot be reused in a wrong way or in an unbiased way. So this was my talk. These are the key components of data spaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mercè. I think this is very interesting. I'm a little bit worried, but I have nothing to add about FAIR principles. I have to study a little bit. Obviously, FAIR principles and data spaces are merging because we are talking about the same, coming from the investigation or and scientific world to the business world. But I'm going to make one question.
Do you want to
about about open government.
Okay.
Is the head of your presentation. Because finally, finally, all this about fair principles or data spaces, how is it related to the civil society, the citizens? We have here in this morning many presentations of business to business. Obviously, the industry has kind of interest in monetizing or making more efficient the business. But what about the civil society, the citizens or the government, no? The public administration? How is it they are related to the data space world? And related to this and making kind of interoperability between the questions, how does it related to the project you are near to promote? There is the Catalonia Land of Data. How is related to all of this? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so first, maybe for those who don't know what open government is, just very briefly, the main branches or the main pillars of open government are transparency, with open data being an important part of it, participation, citizen participation, or citizen engagement, and collaboration. So I think a data space includes all of those, right? All of the above. Of course, I think at least the vision that I see for data spaces and or for platforms where spaces where we collaborate on data is to be as open as possible, understanding the limitations as I was talking about. So open data and transparency is a part of it. Collaboration, as I mentioned, is a very important part of it because it needs collaboration of public sector with the private sector to address the challenges and to share data across all those sectors, right? Not on one sector, one entity has all the data, and when we merge the data from various sectors, we can learn a lot more. And then the part about participation of the citizenship, the citizens and involvement or civil society involvement is essential if we want to also, for one thing, this to be to gain the trust of society about how we're sharing the data. A lot of the times that data that we're sharing is it has it contains personal data, or it's originated from all the individuals. So there needs to be this trust. They need to be part of the solution and how that data is going to be reused, right, and accessed, and what would be the purposes of using that data. But at the same time is that they can be participants, the data spaces, in the sense of, well, at least this is the vision with the project, the Catalunya País de Dades, or Catalonia Land of Data, that where citizens are also, through citizen science, through other, through open challenges, through other mechanisms, are contributing to data sets, to generating data that can then be reused for specific challenges that we have for addressing some problem or question and having those solutions, right? So the participation of citizens in those collaborative spaces, it's part of what we want to achieve also is the project Catalunya País de Dades, and merging basically the concepts of data spaces with this project.
Thank you, Mercè, for your time. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, IDSA, for the opportunity to share with you data. See you later.
Thank you so much. That was an impressive presentation and overview. We have talked in the morning about FAIR principles already, so what a great coincidence. And I think all of us have a lot of good ideas how to link this part of the data spaces world with which we have discussed before, which is more in the direction of business to business, but also business to consumer or business to individual data sharing. So let us now focus once again, on doing business with data spaces. So see and retrieve some reflections on what is feasible with data spaces, and maybe Nuria and all the panelists, may I ask you to really ask the nasty questions. So this event here is about, well, some ideas and the next steps. So what can we do? Where's the business? What is the concrete next step? So therefore, Nuria de Lama, very well known to our ecosystem from IDC, you will moderate the panel. The stage is yours. I'm so happy that you're with us.
Thank you very much, Lars. Thanks a lot. I would like all the speakers of this session to come already on stage. As Lars has mentioned, my name is Nuria de Lama. I work for IDC, International Data Corporation. It's a data company, in fact. Please come here. I think we have now the number of chairs that is the right one. And as Lars mentioned, I will try to make like some nasty questions, but you gave me just half an hour for a topic that is so important, which is the data value and basically the business behind the data spaces. I attended previous sessions, and in fact, some of the people already mentioned that where is the business behind data spaces or on top of data spaces. So that is what we will try to initiate today. I would say this session is just a teaser because as mentioned, we just have half an hour, so it is such an interesting topic that basically we will put all the hot topics on the table. We will try to initiate the discussion, and I hope that this will also be a teaser for the next sessions. So please take a seat. And I know we just have half an hour, so I will not even dare to introduce the extensive profiles of all our speakers, just to tell you that we have a very nice setting and combined set of speakers. We have Francisco from PredictBuy, so representing more the view of an SME startup, I would say. Dandan from T-Systems, Itziar from Petronor. We have Ute, that you know already because she was in previous sessions, from Volkswagen, and Gerard from iShare. So I think that this is a very well-balanced set of speakers with the views of big companies. Every time I see words, that's why I'm using my glasses, and it's quite difficult for me to realize about the people moving around. But please, if you have any question, try to interrupt us. Let's start maybe with a very important one that maybe sometimes it is so important and so obvious that we don't make the question, which is the why data spaces, no? What is the motivation? And I ask all our speakers today to provide some examples on data value. And when I say data value, what I would like to see is basically what is the delta of the data sharing we were doing before and what data spaces could enable. Because listening to some of you in previous sessions, I understand that we have more sophisticated or complex cases of doing data sharing. We do it better, it's more standard-based. Probably we do that with more interoperability of data sets. But I have the impression that most of the cases are based on sharing or using better the data within the company boundaries or using better the data within the supply chain that already exists, where actors have already been sharing data for many years. Some of you say, no, that's what I want. So basically, I would like to understand a bit what is the delta between the former data sharing activities we had and what data spaces could enable in the future or nowadays, since apparently there are already some data spaces in life. And maybe some examples of use cases you could provide where the value is very obvious based on the role of your companies. And I would like you to complement also these answers with the role that you see for your companies and maybe for other companies you are working with. I don't know if it is too complex, but let's start with that. I don't know who wants to start. I would like all of you to do that. We can go in order, or we can spontaneously change the order, as you prefer. Do you want to start, Francisco?
Okay, I have this one. Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Thanks a lot for the invitation. I'm the smallest one. I'm an SME, so I feel very proud to start the discussion. For me, the data spaces is basically about the platform economy and unlocking monopolies. So far in the platform economy, we have the big players who have been handling the data, keeping the data, and making business on it. And by the way, most of them are Americans, and it seems that Europeans didn't like that, and they say, let's go and create our own data sovereignty and our own data spaces. However, in order to do that, we need to avoid the same mistakes. So I guess we need to avoid monopolies. So for us as an SME and academia, I think it's one of the great examples of breaking monopolies, is we can have these data spaces with a specific legislation in place that respect the European values, and this is something that is different from other countries like US or China, and give us a competitive advantage because the way we do things. I heard this morning, we don't want regulation because it's against innovation, quotes unquote, and simplifying. And at the same time, I heard, yeah, but we want companies to be opting in or out by law. Okay, so I guess through these data spaces, so the technology supporting this, we need to create markets that include the values embedded into the EU regulation, and we have small players and big players working together, making money. Yes, making money is needed. We need to make money and create wealth and value for the citizens while respecting their rights. I don't know. This is enough.
Very good ideas already. Itziar, how do you see the return on investment for a company like Petronor?
So we have heard, answering the question that you started with, this question, we have heard a lot of advantages of data spaces and why they are needed, but I would like to go like a downer level of two examples that from Repsol or an energy company, they are really interesting cases. The first one is the most direct one is like technology. The technology, the advances in the technology are not reaching the industry to the TLR levels that we would like. And why this is happening? That not having these data spaces is like building a barrier between the technology advances and to the industry. We are not sharing data. We are not allowing the latest technology to arrive to our companies. So this is not a really easy way of doing. I know that it's a huge challenge, but this is why we have to work for it, because now it's not, we are not getting, for example, in refineries, I mean in the industry that I am involved with, we are not seeing the latest advantages in technology or intelligence, artificial. We are back. We are not getting it. So I would like to say and reinforce that it's really important to advance in this, because technology has to arrive to all the industries. Maybe in manufacturing, in bank, it's already there, but in some industries it's not getting. We are not getting there, and we need to get there. And the second use case, for example, is simulation. We are now talking about digital twins, simulators, and all the things that we say that they are already there, but still not. Mm-hmm. For that, we should have spaces and share data in order to enhance and reinforce the quality of the simulators that we are using. Because with our own data, we are just seeing the same that we see using machine learning. But if we want to go further, we need to share data and enrich those data sets and go and have better results. So those are like two different use cases where I see that we have to improve and we have to work within that lines.
So would you say that maybe the role of all these initiatives could be also to lower the barriers to do data sharing, thanks to building together an infrastructure that will give service to European companies to do that in an easier and trusted way?
Yes.
Would that be already a benefit? Okay.
And to lower that barriers, I think that maybe we'll talk about that later. I don't want to talk too much, but to finding good use cases and to focus on what to do, and after the barriers were low.
Mm-hmm. And then for iShare, you have a lot of experience already in data spaces, so maybe you can bring to us something that is not so conceptual or theoretical, but really learnings from your initial experience in deploying data spaces.
Of course, we discussed that before, so Indeed, I'm not going to introduce iShare. I think that's known to everyone. But I wanted to bring a real case, and not a use case, but a business case that's actually bringing value. Because, of course, well, data spaces are built to give control back to organizations, to their existing data, and bring that to value. Well, the example case I wanted to share here today is a process that we have ongoing with the Dutch government. All countries signed the climate agreement. So there's measures to basically get to the goals of the climate agreement. So there's funding and all those things. And that's of course also happening in the Netherlands. To be able to know what's actually happening with those goals and whether we reach that, you could send requests out to all organizations in the Netherlands. Can you give me an overview of your energy consumption? What's happening after you applied those measures? Instead of going that old-fashioned direction and sending out all those requests, the Dutch government, a part of the Dutch government, has set up a data space for utility reporting on sustainability. So with that, they're requesting authorization of organizations that already have an existing energy supplier. They already have all that data. All those energy suppliers and grid operators have loads of data of business buildings. And through that authorization structure only, the government can request that data directly at the grid operators, do the reporting, do major analysis on the basis of that data with the authorization of the data owner, which is the owner of the building. And that is not a theoretical case, it's just in practice, it's live, and we'll be starting to roll that out next year. So and that's bringing saving to every single organization, but it's also creating a platform for a lot of other applications, because that same data source is now opened up, and it can be requested by other applications. So we're currently seeing data spaces in building area, but also in data spaces in other energy areas and saving areas that are building applications on that same data service, where it's again to the data owner to give authorization to that data. So that's how we create platform, and that's why it's such a key thing to have harmonized interoperability between data spaces, not act as silos, have comparable structures in terms of trust and organizational discovery. So I think it's a great example how data spaces really bring value, and the why is more than clear, I would say.
You have also inspired another question from my side that I also copied before while listening to some other people. Based on your experience, how do you see data spaces in the future in terms of geographical or sectorial coverage? Would that be like national data spaces based on the supply chain of a particular company or set of companies that are working together, data spaces focused specifically on vertical industries as we are structuring the work so far? How do you see it? A very quick one.
So I don't want to be in between the rest of the team, but I think I'm going to steal the remark by the European Commission. What are data spaces about? It's basically a bubble bath. Don't think too tight, don't think too siloed. It's a connection between organizations in an ecosystem that wants to communicate around the same federated and open data that they want to share, which is trusted, or, well, we've seen the classifications earlier. There are multiple classifications of data, but it can be any overlapping structure. So, and in my opinion and strong belief, actually, the real value is going to come from crossing sectors. We need innovation crossing sectors, because that's where the real value is. Sticking to the same sectors, the same silos, is leaving us with the same trouble we are in today. We're solving climate change by connecting sectors. We're solving so many main things, and I think that is the purpose where we need to start with data spaces at first. Let's join forces as economies, as countries, and share data to overcome those societal challenges, rather than start how much money am I going to make of that data.
Mm-hmm. Let's go now to the systems.
And sorry to being a bit activistic here, but...
So I think that they are generous with the time. They will allow us to stay a few minutes more. So maybe we go now to the systems. You have a kind of double role, no? For sure, I can understand that business behind data spaces for you could be as a provider, or You will help to deploy the technology for sure, as also a cloud provider, but maybe also as a data owner. So how do you see the return on investment for a company like you, and which use cases you could already share with the audience to understand a bit better the value of data spaces for a company like yours?
So firstly...
you have your mic, so finally it was not so
don't worry, I have equipped. So I'm Dandan from T-Systems, so senior data scientist. T-Systems is a B2B business from the Deutsche Telekom, the biggest telecommunication company. As you mentioned, so what's telecommunication company? That's why I bring my phone here. So we see that why data space is so important. It's the same when we're doing the business in the past decades. We provide the connectivity for everybody. You have the phone, you have your signal, you have your SIM card. You can communicate with anybody in Europe, in Spain, in US, in anywhere. So to us, data space is the same. The data also need to talk. And application want it. You want the different data from the different organization, different geography information. And this is how we see it as a telecommunication company. We have the history, we have also the reputation to provide trust and also stable operating service to the customers. And this is why in the data space, I think telecommunication want to also acting as a trustable and also reliable connectivity operator for the data space. And then maybe to the technical terms, what we really provide can be the connector. In the morning, we mentioned a lot, and we are also one of the first batch get IDSA certified candidate. We are on the way to get the final certification. And this is how we are showing our effort. In the past 5 years, we are developing our product, building up the business to serve our customers. And then in terms of use case, of course, we as a service provider, I can only talk about our customer, what kind of use case they are using. I think we already mentioned several of the use case here. I would like to bring another industry. Maybe people are thinking that's a quite traditional. So that's a construction. Not fancy, not advanced like finance or automotive. But there is also a data space requirement there. So just think about now this building. We have the light, you have the energy, we have the security. Everybody will check in. And then in the end, we also have, for example, all the equipment here. So it's a different system. Every system are generating the data. And system of systems is form this whole buildings here. This applies to every building, for business, for the commercial buildings, for the apartment, home. Everybody also have different equipment at home. So those systems, they are communicating the data, but there's no central or like a framework, such an infrastructure in place. And this is why we got the request from our customers. They want to also bring the data space service and also such a concept into the construction. So what we provide them is they don't need to do this one data exchange with a different system. They can all bring the data to a construction data space so that everybody can find it, can be searched. And of course, there's also a lot of challenges there in terms of interoperability. I think Mercè also mentioned in the talk, I cannot agree more. So interoperability in terms of how to solve it. So European-wide, we have this interoperability framework. That's 4 levels: technology, semantic, and also the legal organizations. So we are working very hard on the technology level, try to provide for the big companies, for the SMEs, what is a managed service we can provide. For the semantic level, a lot of research work is already there. And then from the legal and also organizations, exactly, I think also we are more relying on our partners or regulation to bring the clear picture. So our goal going forward as an operator is like a phone. You have the roaming service everywhere. You don't care where you are in Spain or go to Germany. You can call using the same data set. You can also call everybody. But the data space is probably not in that stage yet. This interoperability problem, this is what I think probably from the legal side, from the regulation, we have a standard European-wide or international-wide so that everybody just need to get one device. Then the data can be connected. This connectivity can really bring this seamlessly service to any device or any data participant. So this is what our goal. We want to work in that way, and we are looking for all the collaborations and use case together.
I like the analogy with the telecommunications environment because I think that is very graphic. It helps to understand what you mean. And sometimes I think that we talk very much to people that already know what a data space is. And we need also to have a language that will allow people that are not familiar to data spaces to understand what a data space is. And then we go directly to Ute. And you already provided some use cases in your previous talks in Volkswagen. But tell me a bit, what is the value that you see? Do we need more data? Or do better use of the data we have in our company, or do we need more data from others? I tell you this because in IDC we talk to a lot of companies from a lot of sectors, and the reality is that many of them have difficulties to understand what is the value in data sharing, why to share my data, and also to understand what is the value of using data from others. Even we also sell data ourselves. Mm-hmm. But how do you see that in Volkswagen? Where do you see the next steps?
Well, I would start with the presentation Frank has given in the morning, the video we have seen from my colleague. He was talking about the monolithic systems that we use, the old legacy world that we're still using. We are quite a big company. We have several brands to manage. We have several models to manage. We serve for certain segments from luxury over sports to the normal cars, the bread and butter cars, as we call them. So we have certain challenges regarding the data, and even we internally as Volkswagen Group, and we might agree, we have no idea on our data and how to use them, and we are far away from interoperability internally wise, for instance. And as I can say from my logistics point of view, we were talking before about the sharing of data, what is the approach, and the big benefit is, from my point of view, we need to come to get the data on time, in the moment when we need the data. At the moment we are working, sometimes in some areas we work very analog still, putting all the data together by phone, by Excel spreadsheets. However, it costs a lot of time, and the problem is that we lose the time that we need to get the data. I told that I've been speaking about this in the morning. We lose the time, on the other hand, on solutions. So the more time we spend, the less solutions will remain at the end, in the moment when we can make a decision, and the more expensive gets the decision at the end in terms of money and in terms of sustainability. And that's, if we talk about the challenges we have in terms of sustainability, resilience, we see these problems right now, and they are homemade, if you want, like that, those problems. We haven't done our homework in the last 10 years, maybe. We should have done this earlier. But maybe it was not the time, but now it is the time. We need to accelerate this process. We need to spread those ideas, to get a kind of community to implement this. That's what we are doing right now, and that's the great benefit, to have the information on time, to accelerate the processes, and in order to comply our objectives that we have in terms of zero carbon, in terms of logistics, production, wherever we have a strategy, and how shall we meet this strategy without sharing data in the future. So this is very important for us.
I think that based on this question, I already got a good list of potential benefits and added value of having data spaces. I don't know how we are doing with the time. I assume badly. But not so bad, because I have a second question that I think it's important. And I would like maybe the speakers to be brief with this one, and like this we ensure that we can all answer that one. And it is related to the how. The first one was, why do we need data spaces? The second is, how to build them. Many of you are already doing quite a lot of things. Some people have more experience, some others less. But the reality is that the European Commission is putting a lot of money on what they call preparatory actions. There will be a lot of coordination and support actions for many data spaces on industries. And I think that many of us will be working quite a lot on understanding what is the path to deploy these data spaces. So we don't have unlimited money, unlimited time, unlimited resources. So I think that something that is good is to understand what are the priorities. And I would like you, based on your experience and your views on what you do in your companies, to tell me briefly where do you see the first steps to be taken? What are the priorities, for example, in terms of which data sets seem to be really of high value to many companies to promote data sharing, which maybe another use case that you see really like a very obvious one where a lot of companies may be really willing to share data. Some of you have mentioned in previous sessions sustainability, reducing food carbon print, and all these kind of things that maybe are an interest for many, many companies where we will even need to report to public administration. And maybe which infrastructures are still needed. If that is the case, do we have the right underlying infrastructure? So if you had to say these are the priorities, we should start with this because I really think that is the important first step to be taken. What would be? And maybe now we can do the other order, and we start again with you.
Okay, I will start.
I know it's a question to speak for hours, but let's try to do something quickly.
Of course. Well, I think the major project that we are facing in the automotive industry is now Catena-X. That's our way we have committed to, and I think it's successful. We have the first year is behind of us. We started the project 1 year ago in August. It's a 3 years project in terms of project planning and so on, and we have first success, and that's the way we're moving ahead, of course.
Mm-hmm. Very good. What about?
So from our side, as I said, we want to provide the connectivity. So first they put us in the shoes of customers. We think about the small customers, the big customers. Big customer, we want to provide, for example, the service, how to integrate and how to migrate to their existing systems. From the small customers, we want to provide manage the service so that they really lower the entry barrier so everybody can be part of the data space. So this is really we are focusing on to provide exactly the fit and a quick start for the customers. And also besides that, along this thinking, we also provide, maybe the customer don't know what is a data space. They only has a need, I want to provide my data. There's a request there. Then they probably also need.
I think that no one will tell you, I want to provide my data, as such.
Hopefully, yeah. Or at least they want to find the data, where I can find it. So this kind of very simple question, this is what we want to focus on to get the customer get started. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you.
What would you say?
Yeah, so I think the key call is for pragmatism. Because we're talking about data, which is such a container message. And I just take back on that energy case. It's a very simple service. What is the actual energy consumption of this building at this moment? It's a bit bigger, but that service can be provided by a limited amount of service providers, but it's the data of millions of organizations. That is such a great way to get to a scaling use case. And I think that is the way to go. Simplify, start with services that are actually required and out there, and bring immediate value. And well, there's a list. I'm actually writing, and Lars mentioned it this morning, a cookbook for data spaces with those pragmatic steps, because it's so much needed to simplify it. Mm-hmm. And I think the other way to actually get started is join experiment programs. I'll be mentioning I4Trust later on today. And I think that's a great example. Just try to make it simple. Start with the minimum viable version of a data space. Start with that and then build on to all the other elements that you need. But start with something real. So I think that's the key takeaway.
Itziar, for you, which are the main priorities? How would you start with? If you had to say we have to invest in X, Y, and Z, what would that be?
In my opinion, I think that we have to change a bit, in our case, the approach. We used to think that everything was data-centric and everything was the key for starting the models. And after we realized that after storing a lot of information, 20 years, and starting use cases for that, we realized that storing in a traditional and structured way, it was not the answer for after doing the projects that we were thinking. It's not the same to do predictive maintenance, to do soft sensors, or to do something online. The data was not well structured, and we failed and failed. Now, in my opinion, we should change and focus on the use case, and after, build the data. So that's why the data spaces are so important. And the use cases that where the money now, it's in preventive maintenance, not stopping, never stopping, don't having any failures, and producing in a refinery. The key point is to never stop. So, in my opinion, it's a need now.
Okay. And Francisco, how do you see it?
For us, we are lucky. We work a lot on health, and apparently the European Commission has set up the first regulatory proposal on the European health data spaces is on health. And also the European Commission set up the cancer mission. So it seems that health, together with environment, and you mentioned several cases, can be a very good case. And the other, for me, enabler, on top of the regulation, is the concept of sandboxing. I think just by adding data is not enough, as you mentioned. You need to play with the data and get value. So I think we need to put into the data space the layer of services, and the regulation, Artificial Intelligence Act, is currently giving insight about how to do it through the concept of sandboxing to extract value from that data.
Thank you very much. You wanted to say something else?
Yeah, true. Start small, but make sure that you're connected to the bigger picture. So interoperability is not something you want to forget in the beginning.
Yes.
As mentioned, this panel was basically a teaser. I think that this shows that we have to develop data spaces, and I would say that my recommendation is that we have to bring the technical concepts hand in hand with the business part. We need to ensure that we engage the ecosystem, that we listen to companies, not only the ones involved in building the data spaces, and that we do both business and technicalities at the same time. I would still like to give the chance to the audience maybe to make a quick question to any of our speakers, or to make a comment if you want. No? If not, just to finalize the panel, I wanted to tell you that, in fact, I had prepared one slide with some figures about the data economy. Finally, I didn't see that on the screen, so I even forgot that I wanted to explain this. But just for your information, IDSA is providing to the European Commission figures about quantification of the data economy since 2014. So we have a wide range of indicators where we measure number of data scientists, which is something we didn't tackle today, data skills, shortage of data skills, where the gap is increasing in the next years. We also provide numbers for data companies, the quantification of the data market, of the data economy, so there is a wide range of indicators. We quantify everything already for many years, as mentioned, since 2014, and today I have prepared some slides with numbers for you to see basically what we can expect in terms of revenues for the data market and the data economy. Since we didn't do, I really invite you to visit our website and the website of the Commission, the Data Market Study. And I think that that will also provide quite a lot of answers if you really want to quantify things, because many times we assume that there is a big market, but it's also good to rely on companies like us that measure all this and that make thousands of interviews to companies to understand where companies are really willing to invest in the next years from the data point of view, the infrastructure point of view, because finally this has to be aligned with other priorities of the companies. I think that with this, I already closed this panel. Thank you very much to our panelists, and a big applause to all of them, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nuria. Thank you, dear panelists. That was great insights. As always, we should extend it. But I'm sure this is not the last Data Spaces event. So we have the next event on 9th of November in Sofia. So maybe we can ask all of you on stage once again. So let me see, is everyone there? Great. So the next panel, so we will change sessions a bit. We will move the Catena session a bit later, because we need to have a live connection to Gaia-X, which is there. So therefore, I would ask my dear colleagues from Data Space Business Alliance on stage, Ana Garcia from Big Data Value Association, Ulrich Ahle from Fireware Foundation, and Daniel Alonso from ITI today with his head of BDVA on stage. And I'm happy that Francesco Bonfiglio is with us, CEO of Gaia-X. You know him very well. So take a seat and let's see. Great. So, Francesco, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you very well. I'm sorry I cannot be there, unfortunately, but I'm traveling in another part of Europe. So I hope you can hear me, and very glad to be here with you, my friends.
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly fine. And well, it's really a pleasure once again to have the fabulous four on stage from Data Space Business Alliance. We had our last opportunity on the Fireware Summit some weeks ago, and we will also be there on stage again on Gaia-X Summit, 17th of November, and European Big Data Value Forum, 21st of November. So we can really continue the storyline, the expedition that we have today in the upcoming weeks. So today we want to share with you, well, the role of DSBA also in the context of the Data Spaces Support Center. And, well, we are all looking forward to make the European data strategy happen, the Digital Europe program, and one cornerstone in it is the Data Spaces Support Center. And, well, we are all here to really make this a success. As Francesco is very tied to other duties, I would give the floor to him. So to you, Francesco, thank you so much that you agreed to join here virtually. So the weather is great. We have a great view over Barcelona. So it's really unfortunate. So I will send you some pictures. But please let us know, what are your expectations towards Data Spaces Support Center? What are the first items in the 100-day plans, and what can we be curious about with Gaia-X? The stage is yours.
Okay, so thank you for starting teasing me about the good weather you have down there. I really envy you. I'm sorry I cannot be there in presence. Long story short, I think that in a very short time, we managed to do something that was never done before. We're not out of it, but I think we are doing something that was needed. I was listening a few words of the previous panel, and where everybody was talking about what's the need to build data spaces, what's the economy behind it, etc. And Gerard, my friend Gerard from iShare, said something very important. There is a need to make clarity of what does it mean to build a data space, what it is, and how to make it up and running. That was the intent of the Data Space Business Alliance, and luckily enough, this is the intent for the wish of Europe through the Digital Europe program, the many calls for proposals in the different domains, and the creation of this Data Space Support Center. I think the Data Space Support Center, but I don't think, I mean, I'm sure, I know it, because this was, let me say, the message that was given out to the four of us by the European Commission is going to be the central point to build the future of European data spaces. Not because we're going to centralize the creation of data spaces, not because we want to keep control of the industry, actually the opposite. Data space should be triggered and developed by the market players. But because we need some common rules and definition and a blueprint, if you want, of data spaces. And that's the main purpose of the Data Space Support Center. Try to collect and harmonize the best lessons learned, the best practices that come from, the four associations behind the DSBA, so Fireware, BDDA, IDSA, and Gaia-X, but many other members of the DSSC, that, I cannot list all of them simply because I never remembered that by heart. But it's not just the four of us that decided to group together to drive this incredibly important support center. And therefore, my expectation is that the DSSC is going to produce assets that go in line with the mission of the DSBA, the Data Space Business Alliance, so of the four of our associations, that provide clarity on what a data space is, how to build it, how to make economy out of it, and again harmonize, synthesize, synergize, and simplify also in a common framework all the available tools, processes, rules that we have developed for one another in the past years around the theme of data spaces. Let me just close my reflection here with one thought. Wherever I go, and I spend an awful lot of time traveling, talking about Gaia-X, etc., I always talk about data spaces. The X of Gaia-X is made of two sides. The upper side is the creation of common data spaces in Europe. Why? Because we want to enable that economy. The lower side is the creation of federated infrastructures to support the creation of data spaces. And everybody understands the infrastructure, but when it gets to data spaces, everybody is a little bit, there is shades of lights. But when it gets to economy, the numbers are bright clear. We are talking about a data economy in Europe now that is going to be 900 billions, sorry, in 2025, so a substantial piece of the economy. And we are talking about 50 to 70% of the overall economy being driven directly or indirectly by data. And I keep making the example, when you buy an electric car today, you buy it more, not because it's more expensive, but because it provides you more value. And that value comes totally from data, because that car is not more a mobility vehicle, is a data platform. So we need to be aware that our economy is going to be driven by the capability to share data within and amongst different ecosystems. Without that, it's not a matter of, adopting one or another standard or one or another technology. It's a matter of giving out our economy to someone that is controlling the data. And this is just the technology platforms. So if you want to make money out of it, we need to take control of the technology, take control of the data, start sharing them, and start building new business models that leverage the exchange of data in a smart way. That's what data spaces are, and our future depends on the creation of these common data spaces within naturally competitive environments like Catena-X that you will talk about, which is it's a cooperation of natural enemies, let me say, in the market that realize they need to become allies if they want to win the market. And the different ecosystems as well. And you can think about transportation, healthcare, public sector, and industrial. They are becoming more and more integrated in order to build the new smart model of the new smart economy. So I feel very proud to be part of the DSBA. I feel very proud to be part of the DSSC, and I feel very proud to be part of this bunch of people that, we're doing our best to try to help Europe for the common good.
Yeah, and that's fun. I think we are making first progress. We see first results, but we need to keep pushing. That is what we're doing here today. So really, in also all the interactive moments which are still to come today, let's really think of how can we leave impact with all the very projects. Anna, would you like to comment and compliment Francesco's
more than compliment,
great words?
allow me first to thank you, Lars, for inviting me in representation on the Big Data Value Association, and also thanks to your team. You have a wonderful team, and it's great to be here. As you are saying, and complementing exactly what Francesco was doing, this kind of events is a strong boost, and it's clear that we are so in the market already, not with data spaces. I want to comment on the value of the Data Spaces Business Alliance and connect with the Data Spaces Support Center. But first, I want to say, the Data Spaces Business Alliance is a vision-driven collaboration. So we are really motivated, different communities motivated really to strongly collaborate, converge, just for this vision that it has been presented today of bringing data spaces to life and to scale. And from that perspective, just please, you can bring the book back to, because this is a good example, and I think we will have more examples, Lars will bring more, that, there has been a strong collaborative effort. Many of you there in the audience here on the stage having contributed to this book. It's just one example of many other things out there. Data Spaces, Design, Development and Future Directions. It has been published 1 or 2 weeks ago. It's open access and really brings so many best practices, so many industrial cases and predecessors of what we are doing now, that this is a must. But actually, it's very important that we really build on what has been already created in the past. I want to say something also I will say to introduce Daniel later on, but if we go to our next slide, I want to also talk about the value that this alliance brings to our community. So there are many things that the alliance has been delivering already for 1 year. And let's say, I thought, okay, let's bring a premiere to you, because there are many things that are out there and have been presented in different events and also today. But we are really looking into the future to give you value, to all of you who are really building data spaces. And for that, we want to announce something that we agreed in between the CEOs yesterday, is to organize with the European Commission an online event for you, to start talking about these future funding instruments. What is this European Digital Infrastructure Consortia and how this relates with the data spaces. And just we'll go through the next slide, that connects us a lot with the Data Spaces Support Center. So we talk, Data Spaces Support Center will connect a lot technology, business to policy. Okay, and data is by nature connecting technology, business and policy. I don't know whether you have heard about the digital decade. I'm not going to make a big presentation out of it, but many of that funding that we will require for the future, in particular to scale, you know, to make sure that many players, small players enter into the data spaces, to make sure that those industries that they are lagging behind in transformation in data-driven economy, we will need incentives. And we really need to be behind these policy programs. And also we need to keep an eye on these KPIs. It's very important. So it will be measured, how politicians will be measured all this work of data spaces. So I think it's very important that you ask that question, because that's going to define whether they will put more support or give more support to this. So it will be a lot in adoption of AI and adoption of big data. And of course the business value that the business investments will bring. So keep an eye on these KPIs, is very important. And just I close my intervention, Lars, just saying, well, you always bring magic to our conversations, talking about the Fantastic Four, no? So just, I want to say, so I want to move from the Fantastic Four to the Avengers. You know, we keep talking about superheroes, but many of the superheroes, you've been here, the group is larger. So, I don't know, we propose let's bring one of the superheroes today. Daniel representing ITI. ITI is super active in Gaia-X, in IDSA, in BTBA. Daniel comes today representing, actually he does a lot of things. On top of that, he mobilizes a community of what you have called today data sandboxes. And he will bring us very interesting information about that. And that's all from my side.
Magic. Incredible. Ulrich, you would be next in row. Do you feel to...
Yeah, maybe let me comment on what Francesco said. Our future will rely on the creation of compatible data spaces, on common data spaces, as you said. Will it be an easy task? Definitely not. And this is one of the reasons why exactly 1 year ago we started to join forces in the first kernel, this Data Spaces Business Alliance, enlarging it with a larger consortium. And just this morning when traveling here to the location, we had a session together with different other consortia whose role it is to lay the cornerstones for the creation of data spaces in different domains, in agriculture, in energy, in mobility, in smart cities. And we discussed about the simple thing to agree on a joint terminology. So how is a data space defined? And then the question came up, could it be the same definition in the different domains? And our answer must be, and that's what we are fighting for, yes, it should be. At least 80 or 90% of the terminology, and I'm not only talking about the terminology, in the next step, we are talking about the building blocks which are used to create data spaces. And our target, and that's what we are here for altogether is to have at least 80 or 90% of the building blocks, of the APIs, of the data models, of the connectivity mechanisms, similar in the different building blocks, to lay the basis for interoperability of these building blocks, because this is of utmost importance. Imagine there is a smart city data space which needs to interact with a smart energy data space, because energy is used in cities, with a smart mobility data space, because mobility is happening in cities, and these data spaces are not able to communicate with each other. That would be not a good job, definitely. And that's why our target is to lay the basis for this interoperability, to define common building blocks. 80%, 90% of building blocks are the same for the data spaces in the different domains. And then there might be a certain percentage of domain-specific building blocks, addressing domain-specific requirements. But we are more than convinced, and all the experience we gained over the last years shows us that the basic requirements are the same in different verticals when it comes to getting access to data and using data for smart solutions and smart applications in different domains.
Yeah, and well, what I just would like to add is the reference once again to the cookbook. So let's come up with some easy dishes so that all our vertical ecosystems can start cooking, making use of everything which is out there. So this is the first version of the data spaces blueprint. Also, first test bed installations that are there, and let us make the proof. So let us come up with, well, convincing setups, how to start a data space. Well, we heard before, Gerard, so the things are there, we have them at hand, let's promote it. I'm so happy that we have workshops in the afternoon in the tourism domain, in the agricultural domain, in others, to really see, okay, how can we start? And we already have seen today, like, we are in interaction with the smart city domain, with the agricultural domain, with others, and, well, take our role as DSSC. Yeah, so there's a lot of groundwork that we can make use of as Data Spaces Support Center. So the Data Spaces Support Center is not the only activity that is doing something in the field of data spaces. There has been a lot going on. I4Trust, OpenDI, EU Hubs for Data. There has been a lot of precursor activities. And we are not alone, so it's not all of us from DSBA. So the DSBA logo has open corners, so it's inclusive from the very beginning. All of you are members of one of the 4 organizations. In DSSC, we have all the Avengers with us. We have other organizations, and we set up this common framework, and this does not work without, so this architectural coherence does not work with other organizations. Like, well, we definitely need to mention iShare, we definitely need to mention My Data Global, also to embrace the personal data sharing perspective, but also we have to add and really make the strong link to global standards. I'm also very happy that we had the link today to the FAIR principles. So yes, we have them incorporated from the very beginning. Maybe we should give them visibility once again. So therefore, let's really use the speed that we do have. Daniel, maybe you can share with us some insights from EU Hubs for Data and why this is, well, so important, what has been done, and what can we exactly reuse? So we want to gain speed here. What can we reuse? There are a lot of CSAs waiting for us. What can we hand over to them? Where can they go?
Well, first of all, Lars, thanks a lot for inviting me to this panel. I feel like an outsider also, but Anna has already reshaped the group, so it's fine. And I am very honored to share the stage with so relevant speakers. And well, I know that DSBA is a very great initiative, and I first, before answering your question, Lars, I would like to bring to the table one asset of the DSBA that I think is quite relevant and very much aligned with the different challenges that have been proposed during today, and is the hubs. So because hubs, I think is one of the great assets of this association. In total, I think that we are 90 hubs covering 34 countries, more or less. I think if it is the right figures. In the case of iSpaces from BDBA, I can talk on behalf of iSpaces because I am the chair of this group. But I think this view is more or less shared by all the hubs in the alliance. We are 35 in 22 countries, so it's a fair number. But again, I think that we can address, or at least contribute to address some of the challenges mentioned today. For instance, I think that we can provide an experimentation environment related to this cookbook that Gerard and you mentioned before, because really we need an experimentation environment to check, to test all the blocks that are now being developed, given the lack of maturity of some data spaces. So all the hubs can provide this infrastructure. Also, it's very important to engage the small actors at regional level. I think that without, now we are talking about large companies and so on, but I think that without the participation of the small actors, we will not reach the final success of these data spaces. And this is something that we the hubs can do. So all of us are very deeply rooted in our ecosystems. So we have been educating SMEs for a long time ago. First, just with the data value chain, so we convince all of them that data can value out of it, they can generate data, they can process data. Now we are adding another dimension with this data sharing, so we are doing that. And of course, we cannot do that without collaboration among all the hubs, and this is where U-Hubs4Data takes place. U-Hubs4Data is materializing the collaboration among all the iSpaces, so we are set up this network of iSpaces, and of course we are inviting other hubs to be part of this network, and this is what we are doing in U-Hubs4Data, setting up this federation, building collaboration, building a governance and operational framework for all the hubs to work together, to bring all our assets together, and to build this federated catalog that we are building, also following the principles of Gaia-X. So this federated catalog, federated services, we are following this principle. Everything is more or less related. And finally, at the bottom of that, or the top of that, we can the IDSA connectors, because we are sharing data among all the hubs in cross-border basis, sharing data. Now we are entering on the last phase of the project, and now we are deciding what are the real key exploitable results from the project. We are identifying several of them. We have to find whether they will be sustainable in time. For sure, our catalog, our models of collaboration, our the branding and so on. Also our blocks, the backend blocks of the catalog, the connector, our catalog manager. Definitely, these blocks, I think we can share with others. They can be reused, and of course, can be included in this cookbook that you were mentioning before. So it's still a bit early for us to have the final decision on that, but definitely this is something that we have to take into account the next months. Yeah.
We are really waiting for the results so that we can reuse them in the DSSC, because we are obliged to, deliver service to all the sectoral CSAs, and therefore we need to make use of everything which is out there. Obviously, we have something like this cookbook or the converged architecture already implanted in a lot of places in Europe. So this great architecture stack from Gaia-X, IDSA, Fireware up to BDBA and other activities. So let's think of that. So I asked two other colleagues on stage just to promote with all of you what you will see and can expect from the Data Spaces Support Center, because as mentioned before, a lot has been done before. So we have EU Hubs for Data, which was a CSA before. We have OpenDI, so the design principles for data spaces paper, and the building blocks have derived from there. And we have I4Trust project. So they are all like precursor activities of DSSC, and we will leverage all the great assets that have been created there, and you can immediately use this. So therefore, we are way over time, so it's not your fault. So I would ask you for a very, very short overview of what will OpenDI contribute to DSSC and what will I4Trust contribute.
Thank you, Lars. OpenDI has created a community that has developed two main tools that will be used in Data Space Support Center. One is, as you mentioned, the design principles position paper, guiding about how to design data spaces based on European values that we commented before. And the second asset, the paper is available online if you don't know about it. And the second asset is the building blocks. This paper introduced the concept of building blocks as a common infrastructure to achieve the trust and data sovereignty, but what is important, and we commented before, the interoperability between data spaces, and also how to establish the governance. The DSSC will continue on base of these building blocks to see which are the solution technologies available and who can provide them. Okay, that's.
Thanks. So back again. Hi, everyone. So I4Trust is an initiative by Fireware, iShare, and Fundingbox together. And it's basically an acceleration program similar to startup structures, where instead of just saying, hey, you need to build data spaces, we've created a program that is providing funding, mentoring, and actual building blocks to set up that minimum viable data space that I've mentioned earlier here on stage. So I think that structure, which is of course built of the same line of thinking, data sovereignty at the core, using a trust framework as a baseline for interoperability between data spaces, and using the same data models to have interoperability from a data perspective, and all the FAIR principles that we've been hearing earlier. So I think it's a great example, and there's so much material created how to actually do that. And we're currently finishing the second open call for I4Trust, which is closing next week on the 3rd. So we're running, they're still open to, if you have a data space experiment, just jump in. But that way of working, I think, is a great starting point also for DSSC and reuse so much of the material and the components. Just to keep it short.
That was perfect. So I think it got clear why the Data Spaces Support Center is a support center. We will give this support a lot more of this. Let's see if Francesco is still with us. So I think this is quite an historic moment also. So DSBA, extended version, plus the 3 initiatives as precursor activity for DSSC. So we need a photo. And now, thanks to all of you for being here, but also for being by my side and making data spaces happen. That is so much fun, and I feel the energy, and let's just continue that. And well, I'm looking forward to the next moment when we are in one room once again. Francesco, it was so great to have you here. Any last comment, except some tears for not being here?
No, from my side, I think that we're just walking the talk, and we're moving into describing, like I said, a single word, a single set of definition of what a data space is, a single set of rules, collecting together the experience of many players. I think this is what everybody was expecting, and I'm very proud of the work we're doing in just a short time. So, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. It will be a hot end of the year, a lot of events. Let's really gain speed towards Christmas with data spaces. Thanks a lot for all of you being here. Let's continue the talks and, well, spread the energy. Thanks a lot. That was great.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
We will move to the agenda item that we have skipped. More details from industry. Catena-X, we have talked several times about it. Deep insights. And I hand over once again to André Raon and the colleagues from Telecom. The stage is yours.
Hey, muchas gracias. So, people are ready for a break here, I guess. But after the Fantastic Four, the Three Musketeers, or something like that, I'm not really sure. So we are going to explain a bit more in detail what Catena-X is and what we are aiming for. And maybe we should start first introducing ourselves a little bit, and that's all I have to say, Elena, and maybe you can just say a couple of words. I mean, most of you will probably know Elena, but so that we know who's talking.
a pleasure to be here with you, and thank you very much for the invitation, André. This is Elena Madera, and I am the responsible for automotive manufacturing market in T-Systems Iberia. Sven.
And Sven. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me here. Sven Loeffler, my name, responsible for the telecom initiative for data spaces, data economy market. We developed this over the last 6 years, and we, of course, engaged in the major initiatives, and yeah, looking forward for the great insight.
Cool. Maybe we have a seat here and be relaxed. And let me tell, I mean, I explained myself this morning already, so that's not that important, but maybe it's interesting how I came into this whole data topic, since that's probably something like 6-7 years ago. So even before I came to Spain and was the CIO of SEAT, I run the innovation labs at Volkswagen. And there was one lab, which was the data lab, which was researching on data. And there is no way around IDSA and Catena-X and Gaia-X later on if you're in this business. So that's somehow how I came into that, just to give that some context. I think for Catena-X, we have first a little video to really explain that. Maybe we start with that, and then we go into the Q&As.
Yeah, exactly. Who's knowing what Catena-X is doing and can explain it simple? One or two persons. So what is the idea of this video? Let us check it out, and then afterwards maybe you can raise your hand if you now understand what they're doing. Can you play the video, please? Or I have to press a button.
You find it? Do you find the video? Yes.
The next one, maybe?
I think they have to play it, the second slide, I guess. I press the button, and then...
the video is not playing. We had this earlier this morning. Maybe you have just to explain.
No, then let us explain. So what was?
He's trying again. Yes.
Is he trying?
One more chance, maybe.
Can you give us a sign whether you have the video?
Otherwise, we are.
You see?
Yes.
We got a thumbs up, so.
It's to get the attention.
Yeah. Here we go.
O2 data chain. Cars consist of many major components, like transmission system, engine, wheels, chassis, tires, etc. And each of these components is again made of thousands of small parts. Bringing these parts together requires a complex supply chain involving multiple quality checks, certifications, documentation, etc. Thus, traceability in the supply chain is key to ensure that the cars meet the high quality standards and can be driven safely from point A to B. Let's take a closer look at the production of transmission systems. The supply chain includes raw material sourcing and processing, production and assembly of the transmission system, delivery to the OEM for complete car production. And it doesn't stop just there. Delivery to customers and regular car operation and maintenance are also an important part of the supply chain. During the multiple processes from mining to the roads, a huge amount of data is generated. This data, once made transparent and exchanged between the players, help improve production processes, reduce costs and make production overall more sustainable. Customers and nature will be thankful for this new transparency. The data that has been collected during the production of the transmission system comes together in a data space, our data intelligence hub. It is visualized in a dashboard and serves as a basis for further product innovation. Having a detailed insight into your whole supply chain not only ensures quality, safety, and compliance. Traceability also allows you to acquire usable data and to unlock the horizons for improvements throughout the production and operational cycle. We provide innovative solutions for your traceability challenges with our Data Intelligence Hub solutions and our sovereign cloud, powered by Google. Connect your ERP and PLM systems to our platform with DI/HPDM Web Connector and convert your data into standardized semantics to enable the creation of robust digital twins. Get your supply chains future ready. Find out more at dih.telecom.com/n.
I like a lot that video, Sven, but one question for you. How is that use case related to Catena-X, and what's the role of the systems on it?
Yeah, let me explain it. I think that was a supply chain case, right? And a few times was the data intelligence I've mentioned. That was initiated 6 years ago. We created awareness in the market with the essential components of the IDSA during this time, one of the funding members during this time, and then we engaged us initiatives in Gaia-X and all the other activities. And I think this use case, in a way, is related that we are easily would like to describe to people that are not so deep engaged what Catena-X is doing, right? And the supply chain case, a use case called transparency, what we are developing there is highly related to that. It looks totally different, but this is an easy explanation how it can look like. And that is a little bit the idea. So how it relates, maybe we can move to the next slide. Then you would see it in the background. It's related to Catena-X that they identified 10 major use cases. Global Business Partner Managed one is the first one. And then on top of a unique supplier ID, they are developing more and more use cases and traceability to create transparency in the supply chain. Circular economy as another one. These are the key first use cases that you will see and that Catena-X will bring out into the market. And this is how it relates. Yeah? And what is our role? Our role is all about to making sure that these standardization components from IDSA and Gaia-X are fitting the needs for the automotive industry. But on the other hand, and that is what Ulrich said at stage a few minutes ago, we have to make sure that these standards are interoperable to the other data spaces. And that is what we are seeing as our role as a neutral, independent player to make sure that the standard applied once, transferred quick, twice, and scale these components fast so that we really can make a difference in Europe. And that is why we are investigating so intensive in this. So we're implementing data space components as a foundation for all of these data spaces based on infrastructure and services that we are offering. Yeah? And yeah, that's our role.
Okay, thank you. And André, now your turn. You said it's part of Volkswagen Group. How do you see that initiative?
I mean, it's kind of hard for me to really respond to that from a SEAT perspective. The construct of Volkswagen is we have a pretty big center of gravity in Wolfsburg where many things are being done, and many of the brands are kind of follower to that. Having said that, there is, of course, kind of focus points for the different brands, and SEAT is actually focusing on the micro-mobility under that. So there we take the lead. On the data, it's really more a central business. I mean, you heard earlier today, Frank Göllner speaking, Ute is here, so it's pretty much dominated out of Volkswagen. If I step out a little bit out of my SEAT code role and go a little back in the group role, I would go, Nuria asked the good question, why? Why did we go into these initiatives? We are one of the founding members of the IDSA as a group. We are from the first days onwards in Catena-X. And I mean, Ute said it very nicely. We have buried lots of data. We don't even need externals to get confused in our own data. But actually, I could say with big words, I have a dream. Okay, and the dream really is to have a very easy access to what I would call a data marketplace rather than a data space. So Frank Göllner was referring to our DPP, the Digital Production Platform, where we put 120 plants together and have all the production data. And he was also, if you're listening carefully, referring to the industrial cloud, which is kind of the public instance of the DPP. And now what I'm dreaming of is to create a data marketplace on that industrial cloud. And if we go back in the mid-age, I mean, how did cities become rich? Okay, there was maybe a farmer who had the idea to put a booth there and sell potatoes. More kind of semi-successful, since sometimes suddenly somebody came by who needed some potatoes. But then the fisherman saw, okay, potatoes and fish might fit together, and he would put his next booth there and sell fish. And the butcher would come, and the guy who sells manzanas and apples and stuff like that would come, and marketplaces happened. And this needs to be a very easy process. And it also needs to be a trustful process. If you go to a marketplace where all those pirates come later on and steal all your goods, your data, you don't really like that. So you need a safe place to do that. And I would like to see such a place where people can come offer their goods and people can come and look for their goods. And goods, those days, are data, okay? If you just look from a very high level, we have a pretty broken logistics chain at the moment for the last 1.5 years. Semiconductors is just one of the buzzwords. There's other things which are also pretty much broken. Ships don't really go and stuff like that. How nice would it be if we would have real-time information of all of that? I give you a personal example. I get at least a week 5, 6 LinkedIn messages where people offer me such kind of lists of semiconductors they could sell me. Kind of funny names and so on. Most of that is most likely spam. But if one of them would be the real one, I would like to know. How would I know? If I would be in a trusted data space where people can only provide, let's say, checked data and reliable data, I would know, hey, I found a new source for the semiconductor, for this class, for whatever I'm looking for, and it really opens up the market. Right now, Volkswagen is a huge company, but we maybe know, I don't know, 20% of the suppliers of semiconductors, if even. Such a marketplace would give us big opportunity and would give new players with new innovative ideas this marketplace to show it. And that's the idea. And also, if I go a little bit more on the data, somebody said, don't think in the silos. I think you said it. There is lots of interrelations. I mean, we will talk about touristic today. Touristic and mobility, there's lots of overlapping with it, you know? Kind of tourists which are completely immobile, they need to go to the metaverse. Then we might have a different talk. Or also like health industry and mobility. I had a project 4 years ago with the city of Vienna where they had to optimize the transportation of elderly people and handicapped people to their doctors, you know, and bring that all together. So the platform we are building in activities like Catena-X, Gaia-X, IDSA, very important from my perspective, since it's the transversal force, will allow to create those business models. And at the end of the day, somebody also said we need to earn money with that. And we need to come up with those new business models, these new business ideas in order to really create additional value. So that's the idea, and that's what's driving me. And even in my job, it's kind of hard to explain to somebody that I have to spend a day here to talk about data. Okay, I'm supposed to run a software company. It's kind of hard, but I'm completely convinced that this is going to be the future. And I'm also convinced, why did I somehow initiate the Spanish initiative? I came here almost 2 years ago and fell in love to the culture in Spain. Very pragmatic, very easy starting things, not always thinking everything to the 150% as Germans do. And I really think we can show, we Españoles, we can show on how to really do the business. That's why I'm really keen to get this up and running. That's what I would call I have a dream, and that's my dream. And if I get this done before I retire, I think I would be very happy.
No.
Sorry, not dream, but
I like your enthusiasm. Okay, just some figures just to understand the Spanish market, okay? And now...
yeah, you understand it better than I, but...
No.
But my heart is...
I want to be part of your dream, and Sven is going to help us, okay?
Yeah.
Now we heard about your dreams as an OEM, but maybe also what's comes afterwards. Yeah, I'm looking more from an integrator to make it happen in all industries. And so, how about what's in for supplier? And I'm mainly interested in the situation here in Spain, right? You would just explain how different this culture is, and maybe.
To be honest, it's very simple. I mean, Ute showed this pretty simple use case. You know, we connected Volkswagen with Thyssen, and to a certain extent, even to a sub-supplier at the time. Now, that's how you have to start. And that's what we have. We have the IDS connectors. We can start with that. To really scale and to come to my dream, I need you guys, since we need to industrialize that. A connector which we have to implement into 5,000 different systems at 1 million different suppliers will not work. We need a service architecture. We need an easy to use. You know, you can't just go to the marketplace and have a big fence, and then you can't really get into it. You need an easy entry there, but it still needs to be safe. And that's how we could do it. So we have to really start with those small cases, show it's possible, and then talk about and implement the scaling. And that's exactly what we need, such integrators like IT Systems, NTT, Atos. I could name them all. We need them all, you know, since the real effect comes if we really get the scale on the, from my perspective, a global.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and when you look at the figures, Elena, right?
No, I think we need to expand the ecosystem. So at the end, we are a lot of people, and we need to expand it. Just some figures regarding the automotive market here in Spain. As you know, we are the second largest vehicle manufacturer in Europe, the 8th in the world. And regarding our suppliers, because we have a very big suppliers with the headquarters here located in Spain, we are the 4th largest component manufacturer in Europe. And at the end, the automotive in Spain represents more or less the 10% of our GDP, so it's very important industry for all of us. Regarding the suppliers, I think that's something that is very important. In a car production, the 75% of the value is produced by the suppliers, okay? So if we go deeper in the next one with the suppliers and we understand their challenges, there are the same challenges as the rest of the automotive industry, the sustainability, the manufacturing shutdowns, the supply chain, okay? And here is my dream. I'm now the same dream than André. I'm joining his dream. And okay, Sven, how can we expand that ecosystem? How can we, with our data innovation hub, can help? How can we involve the suppliers, the automakers? But here locally in Spain, just to be one of the biggest users and provide use cases for the automotive industry.
Yeah, I think we are all long in this business, data economy, and I think the time is now, right? So you heard the initiatives are out there, the funding money is on the table, other bigger initiatives are out there. So that means at the end, you should be prepared, that is my message. Prepare yourself to be connected on one of the data spaces. So start thinking what kind of use cases you would like to start with. Start with to say, okay, how can I be connected to one of these data spaces, because you as a supplier maybe has to deliver that data or be part of a bigger data space. So that means get connected to these initiatives. We have a couple of offerings out of on the table, and of course for bigger companies, I think what we also really see, build and orchestrate your own data space inside your company to orchestrate and manage your challenges that you have historically in your own company, because there are silos there. We at Deutsche Telekom have more than 90 different data lakes and niche silos organized. So that means to exchange data even inside the company is also a thing. So be prepared, get connected, all build and orchestrate, and that's the important thing, on your own terms, your own data space. And that is for Europe, I think, really crucial. On European terms, that is where we would like to support and help, really on a common ground base framework, building blocks, and then innovative use cases. And the message is start, please, now.
Okay. Thank you.
Open questions. I think we have 2 minutes. We rushed a little bit, but maybe I have a chance that we have
more people joining André's dream.
Just speak up. It's kind of hard to see, since the light is right. But everybody wants coffee, as it looks like. There's one.
Super.
Hi, André. A question for you. You provoke me by saying we want a marketplace for data. I understand that there needs to be incentives to share those data and to be able to, to get some value from it. But at the same time, you had a dream, I had a vision of as open as possible, right? Making the data, share the data as open as possible, so we could, we're ready to solve challenges that we have, challenges in climate change, global challenges in the, that we face at the local level, at the global level, right? And how do we merge those two? I think I can make some proposals for that, but I wanted to hear your vision. I mean, are we still allowing for maximizing open data while there are incentives, business models, mechanisms for sharing data in a way that that it works for our industry, for making money at the same time? What is your?
I didn't really put emphasis of it, but I mean to have. I stick with the marketplace picture. If you just open your marketplace somewhere in the field and all the robbers come and steal your stuff, you don't really like that. And I really think, especially what you presented on the fair data sharing, is exactly the key. Since how would people go to this marketplace and put their goods on this marketplace that people can access it? Only if it's fair, if it's open, if it's transparent. That's a real enabler. And that's also, I mean, that's why I kind of bought into the idea of IDSA. Also, if I go as an end customer, I mean, all of us sign up those terms and conditions in apps like crazy. So Indigo told me today that somebody had put in his terms and conditions that the provider would get the soul of the person who accepts. And 99.999% would accept that they take the soul. This is what needs to be organized. And, you know, this was really the first idea of data sovereignty, what I understood. If I give consent to a partner, and then I see I can't trust the partner, he is not adhering to what I like to, I push a button and I'm off. That's what is done with the policy enforcement. If he breaks the rules of the marketplace, I get a notification based on the policy enforcement, and then I can say, hey, that's not anymore my marketplace. I don't like that kind of rules. And that's an enabler. And if you have this trusted environment where people from all over the world can put, according to this, let's say, values, the European values, can put goods there, I'm sure you find people on the whole planet who like those values and would go to this marketplace. And this is a win-win situation for the people who have to sell goods or data or whatever, and the people who like to consume that. And that's what we have to enable. And of course, I'm citing your whole presentation. You know, you need to have, data which are completely uncritical, and very health data are very critical, for instance. And you need to treat each other fair. And that's really what by the architecture Catena-X, Gaia-X, and IDSA provides. That's being secured by that. And that's the difference. If I put something into Google, I don't know. I don't know what's being done with that. And that's, I've really signed up for that.
I have the microphone. I may have a co-comment.
I think if I see it right, it's Nuria, right? No, yes.
Just a very quick one. I saw in your slide that the underlying cloud infrastructure, you have Azure, you have Google, and you have Amazon Web Services. And I wanted to ask you, is that because you think that European companies will compete just on the data layer? Do you think that maybe initiatives like IIX will change this situation? Maybe with the trend to do analytics on the edge, this will also change. I was just surprised that I just saw cloud providers from US in your slide.
Look at the initiative with Gaia-X. Look 2 years back, as this program was initiated by France and Germany, and then others joined, and now we have 200 companies in a really short time frame, even more, just as the last number. And what we recognized on the way is that at the beginning, a little bit skeptical what the Europeans are doing. Are they really ramping up their own cloud infrastructure? What are they doing there? And then they recognize that we are specifying the governance, the rules, how we would like to manage data space on one hand, to really have this verticalization of data spaces, but also have a control point on the infrastructure components with the federation and these components and catalogs of these infrastructure components. So that means at the end, you have a list of components and control points of all public cloud vendors, of all, there's no difference, but we are forcing them to attach the policies and even apply the rules that we are specified. And that is, I think, the thing, that all of them are equally, but of course they have flavors. The companies are using A or B or C, or even the small medium enterprises are not using it so often. So that means we should also have answers to not even have everything in the cloud. It should be also maybe on client side. So everything is possible, and I see not really one or the other in an advantage. Of course, there's some nice moves from the public cloud vendors. You saw maybe the EDC, the Eclipse Data Space Connector initiative, was mainly influenced by Microsoft, mainly driven. And you see other initiatives on the Gaia-X activity also mainly driven by others. So my point is, I don't see it as a high risk. I see it as a given. We can't compete against them. We have to work with them, but we have to force and we have to align with them what are our rules that we are not changing. And that is a comment. I think that is really important. And we have some supporting projects, Struktura-X, another X. It's getting a little bit complicated with the X. For that reason, we need maybe a big appendix with all the details. But anyhow, it is another X. And yeah, it looks not too bad that we are working with them close together. Yeah.
Great. More questions? So then we are close to a coffee break or not. Let's clarify that later. Thanks a lot for these great insights into Catena-X.
Thank you.
So our agenda is in a horrible state. So now we are looking forward to more interactive sessions in the afternoon. But Tobias, you are the master of ceremony. Coffee break in the pay show, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 6 minutes. Okay, so. And then we have the BiData roundtable, and then we have our 4 parallel workshops. And please make up your mind during a short coffee what workshop you will attend. See you later. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from coffee break. I hope you regained some energy and are full of good thoughts and new insights. We will continue with the program, and in order to organize a bit, I would like to drop some thoughts. We are a bit late, but this is not a big thing. So after this next round table, we will have our 4 parallel workshops. Then we will convene here for a final keynote from the Spanish government and the closing. And then we can convene here in the Pay Show once again for a little bit more networking. Those of you who would like to continue the networking even during the late evening, we have made a reservation in a restaurant close by, which is called La Font de Prades. There are some leaflets, whatever, post-its, pieces of paper out there near the reception. It would be great if you could indicate if you would join us. So we have made a reservation for enough people, but maybe if a lot of people will join us, so it's you have to pay on your own. We will have a small reception there, a small aperitif, but it's a 10 minutes walking distance from here. Maybe some of you find the time to join us and to continue networking. So for the address and the name of the restaurant, take one of these pieces of paper at the reception. Now, I'm happy that we, continue accelerating, and we have a great endeavor, which is, has been mentioned several times before today, by data. A great initiative. So I'm curious. So is it an initiative? Is it an accelerator? Is it in data space? So I would say it's not a data space. It's something like an accelerator. Definitely, it is very, very important to make all our ideas from today happen. So therefore, I'm really happy to learn more and to welcome the whole group from By Data on stage, and Oscar Lazaro from Innovalia will moderate and guide you through this panel, which will be on Spanish. So those who are not familiar with Spanish, just head to the counter and get your translation headphones. And with that, Oscar and all distinguished speakers and panelists, please join me on stage. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Lars. Thank you, Lars. And probably these are the only words in English before we switch to Spanish. Así que lo primero que voy a hacer es comenzar dando las gracias a Lars y a la organización por permitirnos hoy organizar este panel, daros la bienvenida desde este panel que se organiza por la asociación By Data, y quiero extender este saludo también a todas las personas que nos estáis siguiendo por vía telemática o bien a través de las redes sociales. Habíamos preparado una pequeña presentación para que podamos guiaros sobre lo que es la iniciativa By Data. By Data básicamente es una iniciativa de muy reciente creación. Se puso en marcha el pasado 6 de mayo. Dimos el pistoletazo de salida a una iniciativa que pretende cubrir todo lo que es la actividad en la península ibérica, tratando de impulsar y materializar el liderazgo público y privado en la soberanía y la economía del dato. Es una unión sin precedentes entre administraciones, empresas, con las que estamos intentando materializar muchos de los conceptos y herramientas que hemos estado discutiendo a lo largo del día de hoy. Es una iniciativa que, como os comentaba, une la parte privada, la parte pública, pequeñas empresas, grandes empresas, múltiples sectores, y que realmente hace una apuesta por acelerar lo que es la puesta en marcha de este tipo de soluciones. ¿Qué es lo que buscamos? Buscamos básicamente a día de hoy alrededor de By Data hay cerca de, o más de 40 empresas, que tiene como objetivo principalmente el acelerar este proceso. Oíamos a Sven terminar el panel anterior. Señoras, señores, el momento de implementar los espacios de datos es ahora. Y lo que intentamos con la iniciativa ByData es asegurarnos que nadie se quede fuera, que nadie se quede atrás, que todos podamos participar en este proceso, bien acelerando nuestros procesos de desarrollo, nuestros procesos de desarrollo de esas soluciones de soberanía para la gestión del dato y al mismo tiempo el poder facilitar el acceso a soluciones soberanas. En este panel, básicamente comparto este tiempo con un conjunto, yo ya creo que son compañeros, cerca ya de amigos por el tiempo que pasamos juntos y todo lo que discutimos alrededor del tema del espacio de datos, pero sí que hemos intentado con este panel el que podamos compartir con vosotros lo que es la visión desde múltiples perspectivas, desde la administración pública, desde el sector privado, la gran empresa, la pequeña o mediana empresa e incluso aplicaciones basadas en inteligencia artificial que son los principales beneficiarios de lo que son las soluciones basadas en espacios de datos. Conmigo hoy en este panel está Cesar Prol, que es el director general de Digitalización y Atención Ciudadana de la Diputación Foral de Vizcaya, Laura Marrón, que es la directora del Centro Vasco de Inteligencia Artificial, BAIC, y también un miembro destacado de la iniciativa IDSA a nivel nacional. Contamos igualmente con la participación de Felip Prieto, que es el director del sector privado en Inetum Cataluña, y contamos también con la presencia de Begoña Laibarra, que es la directora general de la empresa SQS y que hemos oído ya algunas de las cosas que nos ha comentado durante la sesión de pitching. Antes de comenzar lo que es la ronda de preguntas y básicamente lo que va a ser esta mesa de debate, queríamos introduciros un poco por qué se pone esta iniciativa en marcha. Yo creo que hemos oído, Francesco ya ha mencionado alguna de las cifras en cuanto a volumen, velocidad, de gestión de datos e impacto que esto va a tener a nivel de cifras macroeconómicas en el desarrollo de la economía del dato. Todas esas cifras macro son perfectas, pero para llegar a esas cifras macro tenemos que conseguir que desde el punto de vista de las empresas con las que trabajamos día a día, esto realmente cale y se pueda poner en marcha. Para eso, en ByData, que es una asociación abierta a cualquier empresa dentro de lo que es todo el territorio de la península ibérica, definimos 4 líneas maestras. Para poner en marcha, para asegurarnos que todas estas cosas que hemos estado discutiendo durante el día de hoy realmente son implementables en aplicaciones y casos de uso reales, definimos 4 líneas maestras, 4 líneas de actuación. Básicamente, centramos nuestra actividad en fomentar innovación, talento, ecosistema y conocimiento. ¿Qué hay detrás de cada una de estas palabras? Por ejemplo, ¿qué es a lo que nos referimos con respecto a innovación? Con respecto a innovación, lo que necesitamos es facilitar un acceso directo y sencillo a los múltiples activos con los que contamos y que nos pone a nuestra disposición el entorno IDSA. Pero no solo el entorno IDSA. Sabemos que con el nuevo centro de soporte para los espacios de datos vamos a recibir también más información, más activos desde otras iniciativas, como nos han comentado los colegas de iShare, a través de iniciativas como iTrust. Pero si queremos poner en marcha este triángulo mágico, que es la base para generar soberanía en un entorno de datos, ¿qué necesitamos? Necesitamos activos. Activos que incluyen desde rulebooks, incluyen desde casos de uso que nos motiven, incluyen desde el desarrollo de estándares de facto. Necesitamos articular muchas herramientas. Y lo que nos permite ByData es tener un acceso ordenado, un acceso sencillo, que nos permita abordar el problema del desarrollo de los espacios de datos de manera rápida, sencilla y escalable. Y eso lo hacemos también apoyándonos en una ruta, en una serie de instrumentos y de infraestructuras que nos permiten experimentar y evolucionar y madurar nuestros proyectos de espacios de datos a través de distintos servicios e infraestructuras que se ofrecen a través del entorno ByData. Con eso aseguramos que podemos acelerar la innovación. Pero innovación sin talento sería un problema. ¿Qué es lo que hemos planteado? Lo que hemos planteado es ya, desde el mismo lanzamiento de Baidata, la puesta en marcha de un programa de formación. Un programa de formación en fundamentos sobre el desarrollo y despliegue de espacios de datos. Desde su puesta en marcha, dentro del programa de Baidata, ya hemos formado a más o casi 100 profesionales en el área de espacios de datos de cerca de ya 21 empresas. Un programa que se pone de nuevo en marcha, al que estáis todos invitados a participar a partir de octubre. Si tenemos personas, tenemos proyectos, ¿qué es lo siguiente que necesitamos? Necesitamos ecosistemas. Los espacios de datos no son proyectos individuales, ahí reside su complejidad. Son proyectos de compartir, son proyectos de reunir, son proyectos de establecer esos espacios comunes de datos. Y lo que proporcionamos desde Baidata básicamente es soluciones a las principales barreras que tenemos a día de hoy a la hora de compartir datos. Madurez en las tecnologías que manejamos, confianza en los partners con los que queremos participar y asegurar la interoperabilidad, la reutilización y ese acceso fair a los datos que hemos comentado muchas veces. Porque esto es clave a la hora del desarrollo de espacios piloto. Y no hablamos de proyectos piloto, estamos hablando de la puesta en marcha de espacios piloto. Espacios piloto que requieren del desarrollo de ecosistemas. Y todo esto lo tenemos que basar en el desarrollo de conocimiento, el acceso a conocimiento. El conocimiento oíamos, yo creo que esta mañana, a los compañeros de Sobiti comentar que ya se ha realizado mucho trabajo. Nos comentaban nuestros compañeros de iShare que existen soluciones, existen elementos de referencia. ¿Dónde está ese conocimiento? Pues lo que tenemos que conseguir es poner la soberanía al servicio de los espacios de datos, la soberanía al espacio de los datos y los procesos de negocio que tenemos que implementar. Y para eso, desde Baidata, lo que se articulan son una serie de servicios para asegurarnos que todos estos proyectos que todos tenemos en mente somos capaces de implementarlos, validarlos y escalarlos en el menor tiempo posible y dentro de unos costes manejables y asequibles. Y en este momento tampoco quería yo extenderme en la presentación de Baidata, porque esto yo creo que no va tanto de contar y de que Oscar nos dé la chapa sobre qué es Baidata. Yo creo que lo que sí que es importante es entender por qué distintas empresas, distintos agentes con perfiles muy diferentes encuentran un proyecto como Baidata importante y necesario para articular y hacer una realidad lo que es el desarrollo de la economía del dato, lo que es el desarrollo de este tipo de soluciones. Y en este momento, pues lo primero y voy a aprovechar y así ya me voy sentando con los ponentes, me acerco aquí a César, y como responsable de Estrategia y Transformación Digital de la Diputación Foral de Vizcaya, que por supuesto es un agente principal en la puesta en marcha de esta iniciativa, y yo creo que sin vuestro apoyo no hubiese sido posible el establecer la sede de esta asociación en el territorio de Vizcaya, así que vaya por adelantado el agradecimiento por este apoyo. Pero desde nuestro punto de vista lo que nos gustaría saber es, para una entidad como la vuestra, como la Diputación, ¿qué rol juegan esos datos y estas infraestructuras en vuestra visión de desarrollo del territorio, ¿no? Y esto, ¿cómo os ha llevado o cómo hemos llegado a que una entidad como vosotros apueste de manera tan decidida por poner en marcha una iniciativa como Baidata, que tiene un alcance de península ibérica, pero yo creo que es un alcance global, desde una entidad como vosotros que realmente está desarrollando el territorio?
Gracias, Oscar. Buenas tardes, primero, ante todo. Parece una eternidad, ¿no? Parece desde que aquel 6 de mayo comenzamos los primeros pasos, ¿no? para esta iniciativa, ¿no? Al final, para Vizcaya o para un gobierno como el de Vizcaya, el que Baidata, una iniciativa como Baidata esté en Vizcaya, bueno, en el territorio vasco, bueno, es un activo importante, es un activo singular. La misión con la que nace esta iniciativa de acercar y acelerar todos los procesos hacia esa economía del dato y tener esa capacidad de acceso a los activos que propone que propone IDSA, en este caso, a través de Baidata, pues entendíamos y entendemos que es algo muy importante, no solo para una organización como la nuestra, evidentemente que damos unos servicios y tenemos unas competencias en el territorio y damos unos servicios a la ciudadanía, sino también para el ecosistema del territorio. Entroncaba perfectamente en nuestra estrategia digital, como es una parte es el dato, evidentemente para todo lo que son los servicios hacia la ciudadanía y la mejora de los procesos internos, pero también en acercar conocimiento e infraestructuras a todo el tejido empresarial y de organizaciones e instituciones del territorio hacia esas tecnologías o esas iniciativas que entendemos estratégicas de cara al futuro. Y entendemos esa economía del dato, lo que estamos llamando, como algo estratégico y clave en el futuro, ¿no? Entendemos y creemos que el dato y la inteligencia artificial ya está transformando nuestra sociedad, está acelerando o cambiando incluso nuestros procesos en cualquier actividad de nuestras industrias, fabricación, logística, alimentación, energía, la propia administración pública. Pero, sin embargo, nuestras empresas tienen problemas básicos de compartición de datos de una forma sencilla y, a la vez, control sobre esos datos, ¿no? Una vez que comparten el dato. Es aquí donde veíamos clave. Por allí, entonces, cuando en el 2019 os acercasteis a nosotros con la iniciativa, una vez que IDSA estaba promoviendo los hubs nacionales, y bueno, desde entonces hemos entendido la importancia de generar esos ecosistemas. Entendemos que una región o un territorio como el nuestro, pequeño, no es nada en este caso si no va con el resto. O sea, esto no va de una región, va de ecosistema, va de península en este caso, y va de generar esos ecosistemas y esos proyectos y esos activos que nos den paso a ese futuro, ¿no? Ese futuro que entendemos que tiene que mejorar los servicios digitales que hasta ahora hemos avanzados, que estamos teniendo problemas, y nos acerque al uso de esa inteligencia artificial, ¿no? que todos queremos, y sobre todo estamos hablando de Unión Europea, estamos hablando de Unión o espacios de datos europeos, y estamos hablando de poder acceder a esa futura nube Gaia X en el futuro, ¿no? Y, como no, proporcionar mejores servicios, ¿no?
Pues muchas gracias, César, por compartir no solo vuestra visión, sino por hacer que todos estos activos, que yo creo que son de gran utilidad, pues estén disponibles para todos nosotros a nivel de península ibérica, que seguro que van a ser clave a la hora de acelerar y hacer realidad estas iniciativas estratégicas que estabas comentando, ¿no? Pero yo creo que uno de los temas que hemos hablado continuamente es que quizás el desarrollo de estos espacios de datos no sea el fin, sino solo el principio de algo. Y ese principio de algo tiene mucho que ver quizás con el área que está liderando Laura desde el Basque Artificial Intelligence Center, ¿no? Pues al final el dato por sí mismo no va a mejorar ni la calidad de vida de nuestros ciudadanos, ni va a mejorar la competitividad de nuestras empresas. Necesitamos esa inteligencia, esos modelos y esas aplicaciones finales, que son las que realmente pueden cambiar la manera en la que hagamos negocio desde un punto de vista operativo, o incluso habrá nuevas oportunidades, ¿no? Y yo creo que desde ese punto de vista, ¿no? Con una perspectiva quizás un poco más industrial, ¿no? Hemos visto la visión de la administración pública, pero de esos usuarios finales, ¿no? Que están esperando que estos espacios de datos realmente sean una palanca y un motor para nuevas aplicaciones. ¿Cómo entendéis vosotros el papel y la importancia no solo de los espacios de datos, sino de los datos de calidad dentro de esos espacios a la hora de acelerar o poner en marcha iniciativas para las empresas que están detrás de BAI, que esta mañana hemos visto a los compañeros de Petronor, pero hay otras muchas empresas que también apoyan esta iniciativa. ¿Cómo lo ves, Laura?
Bueno, primero muchas gracias, Oscar, por la oportunidad de compartir con BAI Data este espacio, del que, como sabéis, efectivamente somos uno de los socios, ¿no?, que apoyamos esta iniciativa. Efectivamente, no van separados, ¿no? Van juntos, de hecho. O sea, de hecho, alguien me preguntaba, claro, si es de inteligencia artificial no esperábamos, ¿no?, verte aquí hoy. Y dices, es que realmente uno sin el otro se queda un poco cojo. Y entonces ese es un poco ¿no?, el sentido que también le damos. Al final, también un poco por contexto, el BAI, que es una asociación público-privada, que efectivamente, tal y como indicas, pretende aglutinar el ecosistema, en este caso sí que es el ecosistema vasco, pero también con un foco no de solo el territorio, sino de contacto con la parte exterior, con Europa, a nivel internacional, con esa necesidad de realmente acelerar los desarrollos que hay de inteligencia artificial para que lleguen, ¿no?, a la industria. Porque, de hecho, en la ponencia anterior, precisamente, Itziar comentaba que hay parte de esa tecnología que no está llegando, ¿no?, que no está llegando a la industria. Y eso yo que es precisamente nuestro fin como asociación. Entonces, lo que estamos viendo es que cada vez hay más necesidad de utilizar datos y, efectivamente, no solo los propios datos de calidad de la propia organización, sino estamos pasando a ese nivel de tener que conectarnos, de tener que dar el paso de compartir. ¿Y qué ocurre? Que ahí, de hecho, también una de las necesidades es, claro, las industrias lo que tienen es una serie de retos, como se han ido también comentando en diferentes ejemplos durante la mañana, que no van a poder abordar de forma individual. Con lo cual, ¿qué ocurre? Que de cara a lo que estamos viendo también con esa cercanía, ¿no?, a la industria, es que ese paso hacia la compartición tiene una serie de retos, hemos hablado normativos, retos tecnológicos, retos incluso muchas veces organizativos dentro de las propias estructuras o incluso regionales también, al final a nivel social, ¿no? Entonces, sí que creemos que precisamente este tipo de iniciativas son con las que podemos facilitar de forma que esto sea posible, ¿no?, y que realmente podamos sacar el valor que esos activos de datos tienen para las organizaciones. Entonces, realmente ese es un poco la relación y el fin. Al final, realmente lo que estamos hablando es de compartir, estamos hablando de colaborar y realmente, digamos que las actividades que como BAIC y como BAI Data y lo que hacemos también con otras asociaciones como IDSA y lo que esperamos ir haciendo con otras iniciativas relevantes que puedan surgir tanto en la península como a nivel europeo, es precisamente, ¿no?, predicar con el ejemplo y ser nosotros parte de ese compartir y de ese colaborar. Con lo cual, efectivamente, nosotros vemos muy ligados la parte de lo que sería espacios de datos con inteligencia artificial en esa línea, ¿no?, de solucionar o, digamos, de facilitar ese desarrollo industrial del que estamos hablando. O sea, que eso sería.
Muchas gracias, Laura. Y yo creo que sí que nos queda claro que tenéis esa capacidad de traccionar, de tirar un poco de lo que puede ser esos casos de uso alrededor de los espacios de datos. Pero yo creo que hablábamos también un poco con distintos compañeros de Inetum, no solo con Felip, que quizás hemos llegado al momento en el que tenemos ya suficiente experiencia en el desarrollo de casos de uso, pero tenemos que empezar a ver cómo trabajamos el desarrollo de modelos de negocio, ¿no? Estamos hablando de implantar temas y seguramente tenemos una serie de limitaciones y de retos a la hora de ver cómo este tipo de soluciones pueden llegar a implantarse de manera masiva y con una determinada escala en este mercado, ¿no? Yo creo que ahí estamos hablando ya más de cómo utilizar BAI Data como un brazo o como una herramienta de adopción y de aceleración de la incorporación de tecnología IDS o de tecnología para el desarrollo de espacios de datos en un entorno muy cercano al mercado, sino incluso ya pues, para solucionar problemas a clientes, ¿no? Entonces yo creo que hay... Un segundito. Un segundito. Sí que te quería preguntar, Felip, desde vuestra experiencia, ¿no? Como un gran integrador, un proveedor de soluciones digitales como Inetum. Trabajáis múltiples sectores con una presencia muy importante en industria. O sea, desde vuestro punto de vista, todo este tema de datos, espacios de datos, ¿qué retos observáis? ¿Qué creéis que puede cambiar con respecto a las cosas que estamos haciendo, que no estamos haciendo, que deberíamos estar haciendo con nuestros clientes?
Gracias, Oscar. Buenas tardes a todos. Bien, trato de responder poniendo algunos ejemplos, ¿de acuerdo? Al final, Inetum es una compañía, es una consultora, tecnologías de la información, nos dedicamos a hacer proyectos de transformación digital, básicamente en la industria, que es el ámbito en el cual está bajo mi responsabilidad. Y ahí, ¿qué nos encontramos? Un ecosistema normal, un escenario del día a día, ¿no? Llegamos a un cliente donde, digamos, entramos en planta, entramos en logística, entramos en el shop floor, empezamos a ver muchos procesos, desde cómo se comporta un lineal, una válvula, una turbina, un silo, un área de expedición robotizada, etcétera, donde se generan cantidades ingentes de datos. Cantidades ingentes de datos que tenemos que analizar en tiempo real, porque además estamos obsesionados por vincular la tecnología de la información con las operaciones, ¿de acuerdo? Hoy en día eso es algo que es mandatorio, ¿no? Es de obligado cumplimiento. Quiero decir, tenemos que evitar los silos y hacer que las compañías trabajen de forma, digamos, unificada en todos sus ámbitos y departamentos, ¿de acuerdo? Claro, ¿qué ocurre? Recolectamos todos esos datos con sensórica, de los SCADA, de los PLCs, con un poco de suerte podemos aplicar Edge Computing, con lo cual desarrollamos analítica avanzada en local, eso nos lo llevamos a un hiperscaler luego y ahí acabamos de gestionar, lo ligamos con el RP, etc. Claro, todo esto lo hacemos a diario o lo planteamos como proyectos de transformación digital en nuestros clientes a diario. ¿Qué nos ocurre? Que cada vez lo implementamos de forma, dejadme decir, monolítica, aunque quizás no quede muy correcto, pero es así. Intentamos replicar modelos de servicio, pero al final es verdad que generamos infraestructuras separadas para dar servicio a problemas que son muy comunes, pero que son de clientes distintos, con sus matices, y por lo tanto al final, pues eso, tenemos con suerte cantidades ingentes en la nube o en data centers privados que tenemos que gestionar de una forma, insisto, siempre ad hoc a cada proyecto, a cada cliente o incluso a cada industria, ¿no?, en cuestión. ¿Qué ocurre? Nosotros ya desde hace bastante tiempo, Oscar, nos sumamos a vuestra iniciativa Baidata, sois un faro para nosotros, ahí nos aportáis luz, lo que tratamos es de, bueno, vamos a tratar de, a partir de la soberanía del dato, ¿de acuerdo?, teniendo muy claro el control del origen del dato, quién es el propietario, al final esto es una plataforma, gente que pone datos, gente que usa datos, ¿de acuerdo?, pues utilizar los grandes espacios para tratar de unificar todo esto y crear modelos que realmente se puedan compartir, realmente aprovechando sinergias reales que nos permitan ser mucho más eficientes, ágiles, por qué no decirlo, también aplicando niveles de monetización diferentes, ¿de acuerdo? Que eso es muy importante, ha salido durante la jornada de hoy, no nos podemos olvidar de eso, pero en definitiva prestando un servicio, digamos, global con el objetivo además de poderlo llevar a toda la industria. No solo a la gran corporación, es una obsesión también tratar de llevar esto a todo el tejido industrial, ¿de acuerdo? Es un poco en lo que estamos ocupados y preocupados.
Pues muchas gracias, Felip, porque creo que el mensaje de no nos olvidemos de que gran parte del tejido al que tenemos que dar respuesta es la pequeña y la mediana empresa y que estas cadenas de valor que estamos hablando a nivel de sector automoción incorporan a este tipo de industria. Creo que estás dando ahí ese paso que demanda confianza, que demanda asegurar cómo somos capaces de generar esos proyectos globales con aplicación local, con beneficio y monetización o retorno más o menos corto plazo. Y para eso, pues a lo mejor me voy a dirigir a Begoña, que es una persona que ha estado muy involucrada, activa y personalmente en el desarrollo de todo lo que es el programa de certificación de IDS. Y me gustaría saber, desde tu punto de vista, Begoña, ¿cuál crees que es ese papel que puede jugar un programa como este para generar esa confianza que es clave para romper esos proyectos SETA o esos proyectos monolíticos que nos comentaba Felip?
Hola a todos. Bueno, muchas gracias, Oscar, muchas gracias, Lars. Yo he aprendido muchísimo hoy, la verdad, y voy súper motivada, tengo muchísimas ideas, o sea que gracias a todos por lo que habéis contribuido. O sea, hemos oído hablar del concepto certificación, ha hablado Lars, ha hablado Christoph, ha hablado Sonia, he hablado yo un poco también. O sea, voy a intentar dar mi visión de la importancia que tiene la certificación para desarrollar espacios de datos y romper esos hilos desde mi perspectiva, ¿no? Quizá. Entonces, de alguna manera, el programa de certificación de IDSA lo que está orientado es a garantizar implementaciones de espacios de datos que cumplan los requerimientos de seguridad y los requerimientos de la arquitectura IDSA y conseguir implementaciones como tal que garanticen transferencia segura de datos, que garanticen interoperabilidad técnica e interoperabilidad semántica. ¿Esto qué significa de alguna manera? A mí el primer mensaje que diría, ¿no? Yo creo que el haber lanzado el programa de certificación de componentes en Hannover fue realmente un hito, porque para mí este programa de certificación es clave para solucionar algunos de los retos que se han planteado antes en el grupo de trabajo anterior, por lo menos retos técnicos, y obligarnos ya a pensar en otros retos enormes que estamos viendo aquí, de tema de cómo gobernamos un espacio de datos, gobernanza, calidad del dato, etcétera, etcétera. Otra segunda que hemos visto es que esto se mueve, o sea, a medida que desarrollamos espacios de datos y estamos viendo que hay nuevos requisitos por muchos caminos a la arquitectura va a vivir. Por lo tanto, nuestro programa de certificación, aunque hemos trabajado mucho, tenemos que seguir trabajando para alinearnos con los requerimientos de la arquitectura. Es un punto importante, ¿no? Y entonces, ¿ahora qué estamos ofreciendo, no? Un poco en línea, ¿no? Pues un espacio de datos hemos visto que tenemos unos componentes tecnológicos, obviamente, que tienen que funcionar para intercambiar la información, y por otra parte tenemos unas entidades que lo que hacen es o compartir datos o prestar servicios, como Sobity, que lo hemos visto antes, y que hacen uso de esos conectores o esos componentes, vamos a hablar bien, y los operan. Entonces, actualmente tenemos dos programas de certificación. Un programa de certificación de componentes y un programa de certificación de los entornos operacionales que operan esos componentes. El programa de certificación de componentes, para que sepáis, se ha desarrollado un estándar, que es un DIN 27070, que sustenta el programa de certificación. Y básicamente lo que nosotros evaluamos son requerimientos de seguridad, 62443, funcionalidad e interoperabilidad. Y en el programa de certificación de entornos operacionales lo que se evalúa es una gestión segura de esos espacios. Por lo tanto, básicamente la 27001. Entonces, ¿qué estamos garantizando para todos estos espacios? Funcionalidad correcta e interoperable de los componentes con la arquitectura que tenemos hoy en día y unos espacios operacionales que garantizan unos niveles de seguridad que nos podemos fiar de ellos. ¿Y esto qué significa? Esto significa que si yo tengo un componente que lo tengo certificado, lo puedo utilizar en muchos espacios de datos, que si tengo un entorno operacional que lo tengo certificado, lo puedo usar en muchos espacios de datos. Y eso, desde el punto de vista de negocio, para mí, ¿qué es lo importante? Lo importante es que me está facilitando hacer deployments de espacios de datos de una forma medianamente rápida y de una forma bajo unos niveles de coste controlados. ¿Vale? Hasta el final, yo lo que me va a permitir es controlar mis implementaciones. Y me va a permitir pensar en esos requerimientos realmente importantes que me van a generar nuevos requisitos, que es de lo que estamos hablando aquí, ¿no? Y luego, obviamente, nuevas líneas de negocio para desarrollos de producto y favorecer un poco ese modelo del dato, ¿no? Que es muy bonito, pero bueno, vamos a intentarlo, ¿no? Y luego el último punto, todos trabajamos en dominios de actividad diferente, sector salud, sector ferrocarril, sector lo que fuera. Cada uno de estos dominios tiene unos requerimientos de seguridad y requerimientos normativos diferentes. Y ahí también yo creo que el programa de certificación actual, que también evoluciona, es consciente de esa diferencia. Entonces, tiene diferentes niveles de certificación, de menor a mayor seguridad. Y de esa forma, en el fondo, vamos a acabar teniendo, si lo llevamos bien, una serie de componentes que van a estar habilitados para trabajar en unos niveles de seguridad de espacios y no en otros. Y así vamos a ir componiendo esa dinámica. Y por eso yo creo que es un hito muy importante. De Hannover, la presentación, fue un hito muy importante que tengamos 6 conectores listos para ser certificados y espero que en un futuro próximo podamos tener ya conectores certificados porque realmente estamos en marcha, que yo creo que es un punto muy importante. Y bueno, podía hablar más, pero creo que ya es suficiente.
Pues muchísimas gracias, Begoña. La organización me hace una seña de que vayamos pensando en terminar, así que tampoco queremos extenderlos. Yo creo que la jornada ha sido larga, ha sido intensa, hemos aprendido mucho, pero yo no querría cerrar este panel sin lanzar un mensaje muy claro. Es decir, lo que estamos contando es que básicamente tenemos acceso a una serie de activos, pero en el proyecto de Baidata nos hacéis falta todos, no alguno de vosotros, todos. Este proyecto está abierto. Este proyecto es para generar ecosistemas y los ecosistemas se generan desde la infraestructura al software, las aplicaciones y los datos. Y es importante que si realmente queremos hacer florecer una iniciativa basada en estándares internacionales de soberanía, en la calidad del dato y en una gestión del control de uso de esos datos en los espacios, no falta nadie. Os necesitamos a todos. Invitaros a uniros a tanto los eventos abiertos que tenemos en Baidata como a que os unáis a la propia asociación y entre todos pues, acelerar y seguir trabajando en el desarrollo de los espacios de datos en la península. Muchas gracias a todos los ponentes y estamos aquí para lo que queráis. Muchas gracias.
Thanks a lot. Translation did work, so therefore I could follow the great discussion. Thanks a lot. Get in touch with ByData ecosystem and, well, build data spaces. Thanks, Oscar. Thanks to the whole group. Now we are moving to the last active endeavor for today. So we have our parallel workshops, and this is the moment to really, well, get things going, to craft joint plans on how to, well, push forward data spaces in different domains. We have chosen 4 parallel workshops, and you need to make your choice. The first workshop is on the manufacturing data space, so sovereign data spaces 4.0, deployment pathways for sustainable and resilient manufacturing. You can guess that it is probably related to the manufacturing CSA on the Digital Europe program. Second workshop is how to implement IDS with focus on energy data spaces. So there's no CSA, but a lot of things going on. Third is building data spaces for tourism and urban mobility. And the fourth is agri-food data space, key challenges and action points. So it is indicated here where these workshops take place. So the North Pay-Show is with a nice view. The auditorium is here. The library is up the stairs where the counter is, and then into the first floor. And we have the workshop space. I don't know where it is. So then, for the first workshop, North Pay-Show, Tobias. Tobias is not here. So, but you know Tobias, so follow him. Or just go to the Pay-Show. For the energy, the workshop space, follow Christoph. For the tourism mobility, stay here. And for the agri-food, follow Sylvia. Sylvia? To the library. Where's Sylvia? Who can guide the people to the library? Julia. Ah, Julia. You know Julia. Follow her to the agri-food workshop in the library, please. Manufacturing in the Pay-Show. Energy, following Christoph to a secret place. Tourism and urban mobility, staying here. Agri-food, following Julia to the library. After the workshops, we will reconvene here for a speech from Javier, from the Spanish government, and then we finally have deserved our cava on the Pay-Show. Yes. Maybe 55, but we decided to extend a bit.
Hey, Liz, we're going to co-organize this.
So just take over, right? So you are moderating.
No problem.
Crazy.
No worries.
So I don't know what your plans are. So
sure. We'll get started right away since we're running. Hello, everyone. I'm Jimenez from the IDOS Cat Foundation. We're going to get started in a moment, but I'd like to ask everybody, since it's a spacious room, to move up to the first 3 rows. Just because the second part of this workshop, we want to be really interactive, and so it's better if we're close together. Adjusted for the first 3 floors. Let's just go over a little bit how we're getting organized here. And so as I mentioned, I'm Jimenez from the IDOS Cat Foundation. I'm joined by the other co-organizers of this workshop, Txetxu Sanatmaria from Tecnalia, Josep Laborda from Factual Consulting, Nuria de Lama from IDC, that you remember from the roundtable, Silvia Castavelli from IDSA, and I think I caught everybody. Yep, great. And so without further ado, we're going to get started with the first presentation by Txetxu. So just to give an overview of the workshop as a whole, this is going to be looking at the European initiatives that are driving forward data spaces for both mobility, tourism, and the overlap between the two. And so in the first part of the session, we're going to go over the initiatives and the tourism data space on the European level. And then we're going to go to the mobility, and then we're going to have a more interactive session about defining some scenarios based on your experience as mobility and tourism stakeholders, and identifying some of the benefits, the barriers, the challenges involved, and what we think are the next steps to get scenarios into interesting use cases. It's a short session, but we're going to make the most of it. So without further ado, here's my colleague Txetxu. Sí, la primera presentación. Gracias.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cesar Santamaria. I'm the Chief Technology Officer of the Tecnalia Digital, the Technology Research Center. And just a small pitch to share with you a new initiative related with data spaces in the tourism sector. That is the DATES project. So we have been talking along all the day in this Discovery Day about initiative related with data spaces centered in IDSA, but we have heard about initiative coming from IDSA, Catena-X, Fireware, BTBA. Also, there are several initiatives coming from the European Commission that, and just to put a context about the DATES project, this is about the program, the Digital Europe program, where the European Commission is trying to fostering the development on different European data spaces for different verticals, for different domains. So recently they published several calls where they will found the deployment of European data spaces in different verticals, agriculture, digital skills, manufacturing, mobility, small cities and communities, and also the Green Deal. And this is the case for DATES, that is for the tourism sector. Around all those data spaces will be the Data Space Support Center, fostered also by the European Commission, that we have also talked about this initiative in the previous session. So dates, that is the project European Data Space for Tourism. Some general information about the initiative is a preparatory coordination and super action of the Commission with a duration of 12 months, one year, and this initiative will start next November, the first week of November. We will plan to make the kickoff of the project during the Tourist International Summit in Seville, that will be from the 2nd to the 4th of November. It's a €1 million project, and the main objective of this dates project is to explore different approaches, different options to deploy a secure and trusted tourist data space that will follow the principles that we have talked along today, at transparent control data access, the use and reuse of tourist data in general to follow the FAIR principles. And also related to the key pillar, or the main aspect is what we are aiming at the end is the digital transformation of the tourist sector. That I would like to mention the tourist sector as one of the big of more promising sector where we can combine any kind of data. In the tourist sector, we'll find open data, we'll find public and private data, we'll find personal data coming from the citizens, we can find also private data or industrial data coming from the companies. It's also very rich in terms of the different stakeholders that are involved, because we can have citizens, we can have public administration, we can have different companies with different sizes, from entrepreneurs, from SMEs, small companies, very large companies that are working in the sector. So it's a very interesting and rich sector. And this is reflected in the stakeholders that are involved in the DAYS project. Let me say, we start from a consortium of 13 partners coming from seven countries with different kind of profiles. We have there is coordinated by an SME, that is any solution. We have there research centers like Tecnalia, that we are playing the role of technical coordinator, and also Arthur. We have large companies like IDSA and Intelera, that are, let me say, companies that work on market prospect and consultancy services. We have large companies coming from both from the area more related with the sector, with the tourist travel services like Aboris or like Amadeus, but Amadeus itself is very active also in the other part that is more related with sharing data, with initiatives like Gaia-X. We have there associations like Nextur, that is the European network of regional tourism administrations. We have some digital innovation hub, like Digital Innovation Hub Tourist from Czech Republic. We have IDSA as partner of the project. We have also non-governmental organism or association like A New Governance from Belgium. So at the end, a very rich consortium. We have also the Ministry of Tourism of Italy as representing the public administration. But I would like to stress also that this consortium is supported by a large ecosystem of supporting partners coming from the different these different profiles. In the part of public administration, we have the support of 7 different ministries of tourism from European countries, like Portugal, Malta, Greece, Slovenia, France, Czech Republic. We have also the support of the Ministry of Economy and Digitization of Spain. We have the support of some other public administration, regional public administration, but this supporting partner network is also built by different digital innovation hubs, more large and small companies, more other associations that are working in the area of data sharing. So, and our idea is also that this dates community could be enlarged and be more wide when we will start the project. There are also some additional related initiatives that will maintain some relationship that will also provide inputs to the project, like Catena-X, Themis, ICC, and other smart tourist destinations. So a very rich ecosystem. A second aspect that we would like to stress about the DATES project is that the approach of DATES is, let me say, and try to build an interconnected data space. Interconnected, and I would like to stress two different axes. I have mentioned the richness of the sector, so for sure this data space need to be connected with other data spaces and with other sectors. Like it's very close to the mobility, it's very close to the health, but has relationship with other sectors and other data spaces, European data spaces that are being built, like media, agriculture, and others. And the second X is that we need to also be interconnected with different levels of, let me say, stakeholders from a geographical point of view. It's an European initiative that will be related with country-wide initiatives, but also with initiative in the tourist sector. There are also stakeholders at the state level, at the regional level, and also at municipality level. And for sure, connected with other complementary initiatives like digital innovation hubs, the national hubs of Catena-X, and others. A few words also to summary the main activities that are behind the project. We would like to summary in this way that we try to first identify the valuable and high priority data sets, building blocks that will help us to make the data space. The second activity is to develop a blueprint to identify both the technological and non-technological building blocks, because it's not only about technology. Third is to create an ecosystem, as mentioned, and also the common governance model that will be built upon this ecosystem. And lastly, to incorporate some, let me say, transversal characteristics for the data space, like that will be the resilience and sustainability aspect for the tourist data space. And finally, I would like to stress some expectation, to stress some aspects that are behind the initiative. The idea is that we can provide support with the help of the full ecosystem and other actors, but to providing recommendation, guiding how this could be implemented in practice. The aspect of collaboration, we will not work alone. We need to be in touch with the other data spaces. We need to be connected with other similar initiatives. So trying to avoid reinventing the wheel and trying also to engage every stakeholder, every actor that should be valuable for us. And finally, the idea is to exchange knowledge, to learn mutually each other, and to prepare the path for this implementation. I have mentioned that this is a preparatory action, so the idea is the main final output will be this blueprint, and the idea is that after this project will be launched the project for the implementation of the European data space in the tourist sector. This is all for my side. If you have some question, or we can answer later.
Great. Thank you, Txetxu. And And if we could bring up the second presentation, please. Thank you. Thank you. And so we just talked about tourism, and now we're going to talk about a very closely related sector, mobility. And so let's start out with a bit of a context of where we're going with in terms of the global objectives to the European strategy towards mobility. So we have very ambitious objectives: paperless freight transport, automated mobility, even longer term about multimodal trans-European transport network. But we also run into a lot of barriers in order to reach these ambitious goals. And so we have unclear regulatory conditions, lack of an EU market for data, a unified one, something we're working on, and an absence of obligations to collect and share data, and incompatible tools and systems, different standards, a bit of the kind of the core concept of what we've learned about today in this event. Now, we see data spaces as an answer to this. And so for the same value proposition that you've learned about data spaces in general in this multi-sectorial event is very true for mobility as well. And so data spaces allow us to access, pool, and share our data across different transport databases and platforms. And so just as Txetxu presented a road mapping project in the tourism sector, the European Commission is also having one dedicated to mobility. And so this is in order to perform a bit of a gap analysis, identifying and creating a repository of the data ecosystems, data sources, the tools and standards in order to facilitate data exchange, and finally a roadmap of how to progress and harmonize this about cross-sector interoperability within mobility, and also, as Txetxu pointed out in his presentation, the interoperability with data spaces of other sectors as well, closely related. And in order to empower and fuel these data spaces, of course, all of you as mobility and tourism stakeholders, you know the diversity and the heterogeneity and also the pure volume of data that we have in our hands. So this comes from, on the left, we see a variety of data sources from mobility and transport providers. On the right, we have complementary service providers and data sources. And then finally, public administration as well as a huge data provider, often in this role of an open data provider. And in order to make this a bit more tangible, I'd like to show you some lighthouse projects that are going on today in Europe. Some of them you've already heard about, and I'll glance over those quickly, but some of them haven't been quite brought up yet. So one of the key ones here is the mobility data space run by Acatech in Germany. And so they've constructed, with the help of the German government, a very large ecosystem of over 100 stakeholders from OEMs, traffic control systems, public transport providers, mobility service providers. Now, this is all built on top of the same type of architecture you've learned about in today's event, powered by the IDS reference architecture. And deployed in this are the same components of the common services, like a data service, which is essentially a data catalog. Certification management, vocabulary, an app store in order to deploy services and applications within the data space. And they have a really interesting collection of pilots and proof of concepts going on in parallel. And so these are run by the main actors of the program, and it goes from everything from road safety to travel mode recommendations to improving traffic forecasting through machine learning. Really a big variety of use cases, all built on top of that distributed infrastructure and integrated within each other. The Catena-X one is the sweet spots between the supply chain, logistics, and mobility. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on here because you saw a very interesting panel earlier, but this is considered a key lighthouse project in Europe, as you learned about today. And then we have Amadeus's Yona-X initiative, and they have a flagship use case, a multimodal use case that is going on in France right now, but they have their eyes in as this is an example for the rest of Europe as well. And this is, we talked earlier today in the event about the different tools at our disposal on top of a common reference architecture. A lot of these are those connectors you heard so much about. And so they work a lot with the Eclipse connector in this data space, one that's getting a lot of traction in the open source community and backed by big service providers as well. Now, how do they go about building the mobility data spaces? Well, from first-hand experience, what we've done here on a regional level with partnering up with EIT Mobility and Fishbowl Consulting, we did a lot of these type of co-design workshops on a regional level with the mobility ecosystem here in Catalonia. And so here is not just about learning about what a data space is, the benefits, potential value proposition based on their specific needs, but also kind of co-design exercises in order to come up with scenarios that later can be matured into interesting use cases that could be the initial pilots of data spaces here on a regional and national level. And then we go with the MVP. And so the phrase talking that's been discussed a lot at this event is the minimal viable data space. Well, we have the same vision here. And so a very generic use case here on the right, an infrastructure operator, a municipality, through interconnection with connectors, connects to an analytics platform by a third-party service provider. In using the usage policies, they're able to have usage control and not just purely access control. But I don't want to make this sound like it's only the technical work. On the left, my colleague Risk earlier had a Fishbowl session just on the diversity of challenges that one must take into account in order to build a proper use case for data spaces. And then are the common the services. And the reference architecture for IDSA explains this in full. The data catalogs, data app services, transaction logs as a clearinghouse, common vocabularies. And then comes the interesting part where you really can extend this, not just by the ambition of that use case, but extend it to a portfolio of other use cases, and even extend it, in the long-term vision with data spaces of other sectors as well. And so here you're interconnecting a variety of different data sources, both proprietary and open data, and also a large third-party ecosystem of added value services. And so here comes the interactive part of the session. And so if you could please change to the Google Doc. Hola, sí, gracias. So as you can see, we have a flip chart on the side of the room, but I think it's a bit small for us to all be looking at. And so we have a virtual whiteboard here. My colleague Risk will be taking the notes here. And so we want to go through an interactive session of identifying some of the services and opportunities that you see in tourism and mobility that can facilitate, optimize, enhance the status quo, and of course with the emphasis on data exchange, which is the core part of this event. And then, well, I'll get to the other parts as we move along. But before we start, my colleague Josep from Fishbowl Consulting will give a bit of a narrative to set the stage of how mobility and tourism overlaps.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Let me first share with you a personal experience that is kind of linked to this exercise. So in my previous job, I was given the responsibility of developing kind of from scratch a brand new traffic information system. It was some years ago. So when I went back home first day, I told my parents, my friends that I was given this responsibility, and they told me, oh man, this is super easy. I can tell you when traffic gridlock is on everyday basis, on the same place, same time of the day, easy job. You man don't have much of a work to do, right? It's quite predictable where is traffic congestion, right? So I started thinking that if I was hired for that job, it shouldn't be that easy, right? So then I discovered that yes, no, it's not that easy. There were multiple sources of data that you use to infer traffic, where traffic is, how traffic evolves, where traffic gridlock occurs, how much you might expect to be in traffic, and so on. So then I discovered that these different sources of data come from different stakeholders, public and private. So private road sensor data, private stakeholders providing cell phone data on how people move, connected car data, and so on, right? And all of these sources of data were dispersed, were not connected through any sort of data space as we understand them today, these days, right? So it made my mission as an engineer much more complicated, right? So we made it, and recently I discovered that one of the partners with whom we liaised by that time recently became a partner of the mobility data space in Germany, which makes a total sense to me now after years. So the reason why I'm just sharing with you this experience is because when I was just preparing for sharing a meaningful use case that combines tourism and mobility for this interactive session, was just talking about, minutes before the session, about Barcelona being a touristic city, welcoming crowds of tourists, right? Some of these crowds of tourists arrive through the port in cruise ships, right? And when they arrive to the beautiful city of Barcelona, they have limited time to go to the sightseeing hotspots, right? And what do they need? These tourists need a number of things. One being directions. They need mobility to get places, right? They need to understand how to get to the touristic hotspots, which mobility modes to take. I mean, they need information, they need data. And this data, again, one might think, as my old friends thought by that time, that, well, that is simple. They just they check their Google Maps, and then they get the directions that they need, and that is easy, right? Again, old way of thinking on data to provide added value to this specific user segment, the touristic user segment. So if you think of it, it becomes a bit more complicated if you want to actually innovate here, right? Because again, there are multiple sources of data that cater. I mean, if combined effectively, right, eventually through the combination of different mobility, different data spaces, tourism data spaces, mobility data spaces, and combined together, you might eventually build services that cater better for the needs of these crowds of tourists visiting our city, right? So, and think of it, it is not that easy, because these crowds of people, of course, it's kind of predictable where they will be going, right? But if you want to provide really tailored services for these people, you might start thinking that it might make sense to combine data that comes from the operator of the ship, for example, and data from the multiple mobility service providers available in the city of Barcelona, in this particular example. So I prompt you, because I already have thought about it, but I prompt you to let us know, or to just raise your hand and identify which sources of data do you think that might be useful for, if combined effectively through these future data spaces, would be useful for building applications or building services on top of them, right, to provide information or, better services for these crowds of tourists visiting our city. So any idea which sources of data, who owns this data, how to better access this data, what are the challenges for us accessing this data? I can only think of public transit schedules, right? That's one thing, right? But there are many more sources of data that you might use. So any idea?
Okay,
That's
so
interactive, huh?
Thank you, Josep, for setting the stage. Danny, I see that you're...
Thank you, Danny.
I love the idea, because this is, I think, one of the main problems for many European cities, that they allocate the ports close to the city, and the pollution that is these cruises are causing into city. I will say that the first data that we need is the mobile phone data, okay? Because where these ships connects to the antennas from the operators, we can locate, the origin, okay? And obviously, we need to know where they are moving, and we need to have all the information from how they are, moving in the city, because can also, I hope we can track people that is moving directly to Madrid because they want to visit the Museo del Prado. And we need to know how these people are moving in order to predict, the demand, okay? Also, I know that the same happened with the flights, the ships. You can track the position, okay, how they are moving. That means that this information is very important when they arrive to the port, okay, and in order to know what's the number of the ships, the people that is inside, in order to predict, the demand. I will start with these two cases, okay, and that I think are very valuable in order to make this use case.
Thank you so much, Danny. I'm sure that you have other ideas of sources of data that we might be using to populate use cases as for this example.
So I think this is a good example as a service. So mobility pattern analysis based on anonymous mobile operator data is pretty much the service we're looking for. And this transcends mobility to also other use cases, especially tourism. Or other sectors, I mean.
Yeah, just to add some idea also, Josep, you have mentioned more services, and in use case more focused on the needs of the tourists that will arrive. That is, let me say, more service related with real-time needs. I would like to add also another kind of services or use cases, that is what is related with foreseeing the needs of this kind of citizens or tourists in terms of related with mobility and tourists. For instance, if we have information about all those scheduled arrivals to the port, we can the administration can also think about how it could modify the public transport in some areas. If we have information about what these people intend to do in the city, we can also, private companies can offer different services packets. So it's all the aspects related with foreseeing what will happen in the city and which kind of services we can provide in advance.
I mean, one of the ideas that come to my mind when you say this exactly is you can't, it is very inefficient when you see, and you all have seen buses, public transport buses, pretty empty, right? Because they simply do not match the offer and the demand effectively. If you can predict the number of tourists that will need to go places in advance, you might, for example, provide demand-responsive transit for them, so bus on demand, flexible transport, and put more tourists in less vehicles going to the same places and predicting in advance which such a demand will be. Because otherwise, what will happen is that what we see all the time, which is that tourists get in a long queue standing for and waiting for a taxi, right? Which is, again, super inefficient, right? So if you can put a number of tourists in a minivan going to Sagrada Familia, and you can predict this, then it gets more efficient, you reduce emissions, and at the end of the day, you innovate in a way, right? By using data.
Excellent. Okay. From the audience, did you as well?
Okay, we have some information because we come from tourism of Barcelona. So good. I can assure you, before we were talking about cruises are 4% of the whole tourism we have in the city. But at the same time, I can assure you, I don't know, it was 1st or 7th of June, 21,000 people arrived in cruises in the city. And all of them were in the morning, of course. And one of the biggest cruises is 80,000 people inside. So all of them arrived together. So more or less we have some information. So of course we have the planification of the port. The port authority gives us to TMB, to ours, to the city council, all this kind of information. And of course there are the sightseeing buses and the bus touristic ones there at different hours and taking them to the city. But of course there is a huge amount of people that don't want to pay the bus and they go on foot, and all of them are doing the same itinerary. So they go through La Ramblas and whatever. And all of them have 6, 7, 8 hours to spend in the city, and all of them want to see the Sagrada Familia. So basically, that's of course, that's the topic with crisis and the kind of negative impact, because they don't have enough time to maybe to come to Fundación Miró to visit the museum or have different experiences in the city. But of course, we're here as well to understand how to face the challenges of the external negative challenges tourism has in the city, and how we can use the data and the whole ecosystem. You can imagine that we are Tourism of Barcelona. We have 800 members, private members, which is the whole ecosystem, touristic ecosystem. But here there is David Leanet, who comes with me, and he will explain to you in 2014 and 2015 the business intelligence cases we develop and how they've fallen for different problems they have. And first of all, is part of the ecosystem doesn't want to share the data. So how we can embrace and convince them they need to share. And maybe as well, I think it has been kind of a pattern or a mantra during these debates. How can they take advantage of sharing this information in a commercial way or in from another point of view? Because if not, just public sector or public-private sector will not be enough to implement these challenges we have in front.
Excellent. Thanks for this insight, because it comes straight from the stakeholder that is interested in improving tourism in our city. And so two things came to my mind from what you mentioned. One is the need to better be able to track and control tourist mobility in the city. But the other is kind of almost like a demand response of tourist services for the tourists as well. So that, like your example, that's the Sagrada Familia doesn't get swarmed on a Sunday morning, while Fundación Jomer, I can't imagine, but needs is only half the capacity on that same day, to be able to have that business intelligence essentially in order to be able to plan and scale resources across tourist destinations. That's great. So maybe we can add that as well. Any other comments?
Thanks. Stefano Persi from Mosaic Factor. There are two things I would like to add. One, I know a bit the case of the tourism with the port, because we've been working with the port on this line. I think it's difficult for the way you say to redirect them. It's difficult to get the data, and it's difficult maybe they come in a very limited time and to completely change their schedule. So I think it's a good thing to measure them, but I wonder if it's where it's easier to have impact. And the city in Barcelona, I think there are tourism coming from everywhere, and in a different way more to stay in the city. Maybe I will focus there if I have to mix tourism with mobility. Also, we'll focus maybe on trying to redirect them on Catalonia. That is one of the priority of the region to different areas. So maybe we should fix what is that we are trying to achieve, because if we say, okay, we try to give them better information, it's not really a target or an impact that we want to achieve. If we want to distribute better the tourism across the region or whatever objective, maybe it's easier than to find the instrument. The other thing I also think that the mobile data are very powerful for this. They're too expensive, so you cannot keep buying them, but they're useful for a study or for customize the service. But what is the problem for me mixing the mobile data and IDSA, while the data spaces, is that they won't give you the data. They won't give you the raw data. So you can work with them to have information and ask them how many people moved the time from here to there, but you cannot have the data. So both for their business and for privacy issue, you have two barriers there to be considered. Maybe it's not random that there are no mobile phone operator. Well, there's T-Systems, so I don't know if it's involved with that. It would be interesting to ask them if they're involved on giving data or if they will give data to a data space.
So maybe just a comment about the telecom operators. I think that's something that is important to say, is that when we talk about sharing data, we never talk only about giving data as open data. So of course, I understand that there will be commercial business models. Telecom operators are selling data since ages, no? So in fact, that is... I think they sell data, for example, for city planning and things like that, to understand where people are moving and then decide where to put a shop of this or a cash, an ATM or things like that. No, probably it needs to be anonymized unless it is an issue of security. But I wanted to mention a couple of additional use cases, not so related to transport and mobility, but also I think that tourism has a lot of synergies with the smart cities. As such, I think that also mobility is part of smart cities as a meta domain, to call it somehow. And one of them has to do with management and control of resources or consumption. So I think that one of the problems we have is that when a lot of tourists arrive to a city, they consume a lot of things. It's not just transport, but for example, in Mallorca, suddenly there are people that stay for 3 months, and the city is not dimensioned for that kind of consumption. It can be for the trash bin, the water consumption. So there are lots of problems about the resources of the city.
The cleaning.
How they are used by the citizens and by the tourists. So I think that is also something where there could be good combination between industrial data and public data. It is something that will probably benefit different kind of stakeholders, and where you really need to combine data from different actors. And then another thing has to do, and I was thinking about that when you talk about the ports, because suddenly there's a lot of people coming to the same city. I thought about public safety, because I think this is one of the use cases where a lot of companies are already working since a while, like getting data from sensors, from cameras, and try to understand if something is happening. So managing a bit the crowd, if there is a concert, if there is an area with a massive amount of people, understanding if something bad is happening, and then they need to activate some protocols or some security services or calling ambulances or the police or something. I think that there are so many projects also in the passive security in this direction, but that is also something where public administration plays a major role, and they collaborate with other private entities. So I think both of them are also very much related to this, and where we really need to think about the cooperation and the synergies with the data space on smart cities, because somehow many of these things are blurred, and I wouldn't be able to say if the data set belongs to mobility or to smart city or to tourism. So I think there's a combination of things.
So a few years ago, like 10 years ago maybe, we had to do a kind of Google map for actually enhancing the one of the region of Catalonia. And in that case, the main question was, what data are you talking about? Because everybody had data, there were plenty of data, and then nobody had data, so what data? So we separated at that time in 3 categories. Are you talking about the offer of transport, the demand, or you talking about the context? So at that time, a lot of people have like all the public entities, and in that case, the one of the region is amazing about the information about the offer of transport, not real time, but it was quite good. The context, you find it, but depends what you were looking for. And the demand of transport was poor, because only Google Maps had this kind of... So I want to say that if we want to talk about data, we can talk about data, but if we want to solve a use case, we need to talk about which data. And when I talk about telecom data, now in mobility, we talk a lot about mobility flows and clusterizing the profiles. So if we want to do these kind of things, in mobility, they are sensitive, and you can be more powerful than the Spire data, but you need to deal with certain data that the mobile phone operator, they cannot give you. If we talk about how many people pass here, okay, it can be discussed. In certain cases, is a large amount of data, in certain cases, no. But it's a different type of data, much less sensitive, because it's not the raw data, it's in aggregate data that often we call information. That's why.
Okay, great. Last comment here, and then we'll move on to talking about the data sources.
Maybe, wow. Maybe last use case is related to the citizens, because the tourism has a high impact in some areas of the cities that are very crowded. So the idea here is how we can use the technology, use cases, sharing data in order to improve the life of the citizens living with the tourists. That's. It's from
Indeed, so the definition of impact is quite wide. It's social, it's environmental, it's to make sure that the quality of life of the city citizens isn't negatively impacted by it. It's a very good point.
Can I give you a
last one? And then it would be good if you could include this in your comments. Some identified data. So you mentioned some of the barriers, for example, of.
So I've been commenting against why not to do it, so I wanted to give some idea as well. I think the one, in my idea of data space, I think something that it can be a level of improvement for mobility and tourism, for me is some information about the infrastructure, but about the rural areas. It's like, now there's been already some activities about this hotel, is it suitable or not for certain needs, but what about the path to arrive to the hotel? I'm not familiar with driving a car in certain small roads. Will I face this to arrive to destination? This kind of information for somebody, maybe an American person doesn't want to drive in complicated road or any kind of thing. This is something that it can be proprietary, that you need to map the territory. It can be beneficial for tourism, and it can be suitable for a data space, in my understanding of data space. Just to give you one more idea. To try to map, to provide information about the infrastructure that you will need to deal with, especially when you go rural, not the city of Barcelona. But rural tourism, I need to drive, what are the transport options? But if I need to take a car, for instance, what will I face? If I need to take some more detail of how will be my whole journey to arrive there.
Okay, much more intelligent insight on journey planning. This is a good one. Okay, so to wrap up this session, because we have to reuse this auditorium for the closing seminar or the closing talks. So why don't we go around and identify a few. Yep.
One comment. So the final ceremony will be outside. So after closing the session, I would say every one of us just move outside to enjoy the panorama.
Okay, excellent. That's a much better view. So if we could go around and identify, based on these, it's a more extensive methodology, of course, but time is short. So just a few words on some barriers to surpass, whether these are technical, whether they're related to the data that we're talking about, where we're talking about maybe the lack of the intricacies of the business model behind it, or the incentives for the entities providing this data. Because as Nuria reminded us, we're not talking about just exchanging open data here. The whole point of the data space is to have a secure, trustful environment, and so that business models can be created and transactions can be made, so the commercialization of that data can be taking place as well. So any comments about perceived barriers to surpass, or the incentives that have to be defined for any of these scenarios that you talked about? Okay, well, I'll come up with one. For the first one, we talked about the mobile operators. Well, again, it's not the idea, as Nuria reminded, it's not about putting this anonymous mobile data as part of like an open data portal, but to integrate them into a data space and create a value proposition and business model behind it so that they have the incentives to participate as well. Any regarding the tours, those knowing the tour stakeholders, the service providers, and the interest that they have, perceived barriers?
Well, just an element. I would say that is a barrier. This is one of the sectors where we can also get a lot of value out of data generated by the user, in this case, the citizen or the tourist. I think that in other cases, we are thinking more about the data coming from sensors in the factory, something like that. Here, I see still like a lot of opportunities of using wearables in order to capture data from users. At this very moment, people are using a lot social media, but we know that the networks that are mainly used are Americans. So basically, this means that all this data remains for them. And what I think is crucial is that companies will be interested in getting additional data from the customer and be able to offer services. So I think that the clear model is to go from products to services, because that's the way for companies to keep the relationship with the customer. And then I assume that some of the companies may be willing to share some of this data with other providers when you can really maybe provide a combination of services. So if there is a win-win situation. But I think that maybe this is a very nice thing where we really need to think about all the data privacy aspects on how to provide incentives also for the citizens so that they are really willing to share this data or to use this wearable maybe for free. They provide the data and then they get some services for free. But I think that there is a good combination where we could think about value for companies that could provide their more personalized services or a direct link with the citizen. Because, in fact, if you think about platforms like Booking.com, they really want to keep the data of the tourists, because like this, they don't only offer the hotels, they also offer the taxi or the bus to go from the airport to one place. So now, if you really make a reservation with Booking, you get lots of messages to offer a lot of services, just not the original one they started with. So I think that there are a lot of potential business models, opportunities, but also many challenges like these, providing incentives for the different stakeholders to share, including the citizens, the data privacy part, also ensuring that there is high degree of security, because of course those are very sensitive data. It's not only about it's the privacy, but also it can have an impact, a negative impact also on other aspects. So I think some food for thought.
It is, and it serves as a great closing remark as well, as a vision of the future. We'll adjourn right now, but I just want to let you know those two preparatory actions on tourism and mobility have just gotten started this month. And so, as I'm sure in the IDSA agenda for this workshop, the slides will become available, and we'll, of course, provide links so that you can track these projects and see how these studies and road mapping activities are evolving over the next year. Thanks, everybody.